वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा।
Thanks, everyone. We got Ganesh Vandanan also done. Now we have some exciting promo that got lined up. We'll play the promo, and after that, we will take it to, Erich, who is our keynote speaker, to start. Thanks all for listening to this promo. We have, as I told, we have exciting set of speakers and everyone lined over the 2 days. So enjoy yourself, and please feel free to reach out to the volunteers wherever needed. And happy learning. With this, Satish, can you want to take over?
Thanks, Sharat. Thanks for a wonderful, auspicious beginning for our Agile Coach Summit 2023. So we have our keynote speaker, Eric, from Enterprise Agility Community. So Eric, over to you.
Okay, let me just, there you are. I cannot yet switch the camera, but let me see what I can do. So hello, very good morning for me. I think it's around 5 something in India. So welcome everyone, and I hope you are having a great time. And one of the things I wanted to, well, there are many things I wanted to talk about, several things today, and making sure you understand where we are. How are you doing today? Yeah, good. Excellent. So we're going to be talking today about well, at least I wanted to talk about the future of agility. And this is something very important because people have been speculated for a long time where we are, what we can do, and how we can make sure that we understand where the future of organizations and Agile is. And let me just go for, you're going to be able to see the screen. And then also I will be sharing with you a barcode there that you can use to download the book on the right hand side. And one of the things we need to understand when we are talking about agility is that there are at the moment a situation which is accelerated. So I wanted to just try to explain to you what the acceleration of the market is, and also try for you to understand where we are in terms of models and frameworks, and try to speculate a little bit more on the future of agility and how we see companies moving towards and the new models. That's going to be just an introductory presentation. As I know, many people are wondering where the future of agility and organizations are going. What do we need to know? What's the basics? And if we know already of the future of organizations and agile, what it involves. And this is one of the very, very important things. I just wanted first to double check that you can hear me properly, and also that you are at the moment seeing me well. I think for some reason I cannot put the camera, but at least you can see the presentation that we have here. And this is one of the things, or important thing that I wanted just to show you. Well, this is today we're going to be talking about the three value companies, but let me go for a quick introduction here. So if we take a look at the market in the last few years, we can see that the number of data coming from them and artificial intelligence has been increasing. So markets have been accelerating. And this is the first thing we need to understand when we are talking about markets. So if we take a look at the right-hand side, the chart, you will see that the amount of data coming from the markets is increasing 30% every year, which means that when we are talking about information coming, if information is also increasing, it means that the number of things that are in those markets are also increasing. And on the right hand side, you can see this is a chart with, you can see the yellow line. It means all the different areas that will be impacted by market acceleration. What we mean by market acceleration? Well, the first thing we need to understand, it is that when we are in a situation where something is happening, then the number of market disruptions, the number of situations, and also the number of things happening is increasing. So before, maybe 1 or 2 or 3 years ago, in your company, maybe in 1 month, you have 1 or 2 external situations impacting your company happening. And maybe now we have 5 or 6 or 7 or 8. So the number of what we call market disruption is increasing, and is increasing exponentially. So if you pay attention to also your life, is something you can see so many things are happening, more things that before are happening. And then we need to understand here that if more things are happening, how we deal with that. If you take a look at, for example, let's take a look at GPT-3 chat. And GPT-3 chat, it was launched approximately 2 or 3 months ago, and today in the market we have around 15 to 20 companies which provide similar services. They have similar artificial intelligence, and they provide similar things. This means that markets are really accelerating, things are increasing, the number of disruptions are increasing, and the first question is how we can deal with that. And one of the things that I wanted to show you, or at least to try to understand where we are in terms of frameworks, in terms of models, etc., it is that we used to have, or many people use what we call agile or classic agility. Now, classic agility, you already know, you are expert here, and you know that classic agility is coming from 2001. Now, if we pay attention to classic agility, even though great ideas, great foundations, we have these principles, and we also have values, But the situation, obviously, in 2001 was completely different. Also, if you take a look at the demography, so how companies are constructed, are completely different than this initial group. So this initial group of agile, or this initial group of people, they who formalized agility, it was completely different than organizations are nowadays. So if you pay a look at this, a group, they were all male, just coming from two countries, and also coming from IT or software. Now, obviously, organizations today are completely different. We have diversity, neurodiversity. We have people coming from all different paths in life. So at some point, um, some other group of individuals try to expand it into what we call business agility. And business agility, they created certain foundations and certain practices, etc. Around they started around 2012, and that try to scale those ideas to the rest of the organization. But you need to understand that when you scale something, you scale the good things and you scale the things that are not that good. And if you scale ideas from software, you many times you need to adapt it to the rest of the organization. Now, obviously, when we are talking about new organizations and when we are talking about accelerated market and exponential change, not classic agility or business agility were prepared for that or is in these concepts. So this is where enterprise agility started growing, started increasing, and enterprise agility considers several things, but it is not coming from classic agility or business agility. So enterprise agility is in reality an revolution, not an evolution from what we have seen. And in here, we have to consider that the pace of the market has increased, and many of those frameworks that we generally use, let's imagine that we have, for example, we have Scrum or Safe, which they are great, but unless you start changing several things there, frameworks do not work very well. Let me give you an example. If the market change every day or change every week, some of the things we generally do in Scrum are retrospectives. Now, we have to consider here that retrospectives work very well when you do retrospectives once a week or once every few days, but you cannot do retrospectives every hour because obviously imagine that market changed, or you cannot do retrospective every day at the end of the day because it's going to impact on people. So there are several practices that they work well, but when market accelerates, things start not going very well. And the accelerations means that you will be impacted by several things at the same time, more and more and more and more. Now, companies are gonna, with artificial intelligence, they're gonna place more things in the market. They're gonna be somehow pushing the things in the market and trying to do that more and more and more. So let me just double check with you how much time I do have. So I try to see what things I show you here and try to show you how acceleration in market is impacting people. So what we know already, it is that companies need different foundations. And let me start showing you something here so you understand also how this one works, how enterprise agility is. And I will just move forward. Just give me 1 second. And one of the things we need to understand here is what's the composition of enterprise agility. So when we're talking about enterprise agility, I have around 8 minutes. I will try to explain to you one of the crucial framework for enterprise agility. And so enterprise agility means first we have the science of accelerated change, so how we can deal with constant changes. On the other side, we have models for sensing the market. And this is crucial because if we need to sense markets that are changing all the time, or what we call exponential market, the market sensing or how we perceive those markets is different. And also, we do have new practices to build or empower organizations. I will show you today, in the coming 7 minutes, I will show you a little bit more of what I'm talking about, and I will show you something called the three value companies. Three value companies is a different way of seeing organizations, and I will show you also or try to explain the difference between uni-value companies and three-value companies. So when we have traditional organizations focus on revenue, which is on the left-hand side. Now, obviously, traditional organizations work well in linear market where things are not changing all the time. In traditional organizations, which only focus on revenue and try to make money and try to optimize this, etc. So around 15, 20 years ago, we have here what we call agile companies, or even things coming from business agility, where we try to focus on the client. Now, focusing on the client is great, and at the same time, it shows us that there has been something different we can focus apart from what traditional organizations do, which is about money. And this is called uni-value companies. They focus either on the client or they focus on the revenue. Now, all the models here can regularly respond in the market, but in enterprise agility, we are looking for companies which can always put something in the market with low levels of stress in people, low levels of impact on those people, and companies can work very well. So we need to move to a different structure of organization, which is called three value companies, which is part of the foundations of enterprise agility. Now, three value companies basically work well when markets are accelerated, and then agile and business agility can deal, but when markets go faster and faster, they cannot deal very well. Now, enterprise agility means that you are able to recreate your company at any point, which means that you can change your strategy, you can go in any direction, and people are going to follow you. And we need to be able to recreate, for example, if we are selling some product and the market does not need that product anymore, then we need to change the strategy. We need to recreate the whole company. And at the same time, we need to be able to create market disruption, disrupt the market all the time. And this is crucial. If we are not able to disrupt the market, someone is going to disrupt the market by us. And this is something I mentioned before. We used to have ChatGPT 3 2 or 3 months ago, and now we do have already 15 companies offering similar models. Now, recreating and disrupting markets is a crucial part of living in a market which is going to be changing all the time. And in this model, we do not, and this is why we call it three value companies. We have three types of value. Instead of focusing on the client or focusing on revenue, we focus on client value. Yeah, we do that, but we also focus on two other types of value, which is company value and workforce well-being value. So workforce well-being value means that I need to have a specific type of value in the company, which is related to the well-being of my employees. If I don't focus on the well-being constantly, on the well-being of the employees, when we are exposed to constant changes, then the people inside the company is going to start fighting for resources or for anything in the company. Imagine that situations start changing every day, and then suddenly one of the teams needs a UX, for example, and then another team needs a UX, and then they start fighting inside the company because they need to achieve this objective. So what happened here is that you need to, in companies exposed to constant changes, you need to have workforce well-being value, which is you need to make sure people are happy in the organizations and how people connect is good. And then we have company value. In company value, we have different dimensions, and also you can download, this is a free book, you can download the book here, and then just try to, we are talking about three value companies. we are moving from regularly responding, putting something in the market every a few days or weeks, to always companies that are always ready, always responsive, and always innovative. And this is crucial because enterprise agility is moving from uni-value companies on the left-hand side, where I focus on revenue or focus on the client, to three value companies where we have client value, workforce well-being value, and company value. And all the three values, we need to invest money, we need to make sure that we focus on them, we provide foundations, etc. We can find more information in the community. Also, you can download the book, which explains what that three value company is. As I mentioned before, and I have just the last minute, models are different in enterprise agility, how we see the organizations. In fact, there is a model called collective capabilities, which is the future of organizations. Generally, in agile or business agility, we use teams or value streams, but there is a new way of structuring companies, collective capabilities, which is a different approach. So I hope that with this conversation, I try to quickly explain what enterprise agility is. Just one of the 40 models we got. You can download the book, the small book here on the right hand side, by scanning the barcode. And if you have any questions, you can meet me at any point, or just contact Satish. You can also contact the community, the enterprise agility community, where we are happy to answer any of the questions. So Satish, I just pass it to you. If you had any question, I'm always glad to talk to you, to try to explain what exponential markets are, also how we can deal with this new reality that everything is going to be changing more and more and faster here. So this is everything I have to tell you today. I just moved to you. So you can also contact me on LinkedIn. I will be happy. We are always releasing new information. Every week we have a new release on the newsletter with the neuroscience of change, where we talk to you about, the science behind accelerated change, what exponential markets are, and how to move from agile or business agility to enterprise agility and the new models. All right, so this is time to pass it to you. If you have any question, I'll be happy to answer. Otherwise, we go ahead. I hope you have a good day today. It has been a pleasure to see you. I'm currently now in Mexico, as I was coming for a charity event I was doing over here. And I hope you have a great day, folks. And thank you for having me. And I hope you contact me, add me on LinkedIn, and then we can stay in touch. Thank you, folks, and I'll hope to see you soon.
Thanks a lot, Eric, for your nice session.
Thanks, Eric, for the wonderful keynote.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think we have 4 minutes for Q&A, right, Satish?
Yes, Sharath. Folks, if you have any questions, you can use the Q&A panel and you can start asking questions.
Yes, you can go ahead.
There is no sign up for new members to join the Agility University. Swapna, I will let you know. The folks, we can enroll for the Agility University. It's a free the registration. There is no charges or anything. If you are unable to register, let me know. We will cross-check and we will provide the link.
Yes, and you can join the Enterprise Agility World community that we are trying to provide to all the Agile groups, also support them, as also Satish is part of that initiative, global initiative, and we're trying to also provide support in the area of enterprise agility, support existing Agile groups, and try to make sure that people understand. Now, what basis organizations decide to be enterprise agility or business agility? The number of disruptions. So this is a crucial question. If you are in a market where you have been disrupted or you are constantly disrupted, you try to make sure that you test different ways. Remember that when we're talking about enterprise agility, you might also have business agility, existing frameworks, etc. So make sure that we don't stop using agile ideas or business agility ideas. We try to evolve these. So you might be using several things at the same time in the organization. And then what enterprise agility does, it adds additional models for dealing with accelerated market exponential change and trying to keep sustainable innovation even if you are disrupted.
Yeah,
Okay, I
thanks,
think
Eric.
that's a good
Thank you.
answer. Thanks for covering that.
Thanks.
Yeah, Sharad, you can cover now on the overview.
Eric. And folks, I provided the link to enroll.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. And thanks so much, Eric,
Thanks, Eric.
for a wonderful session. Glad to be, see you here.
Thank you, folks.
Yeah. With this, let's get started with our first speaker for today, Dr. Koti sir. What to say about him? A lot of introduction needs to be given. But from my side, let me try to provide you a very, very brief introduction. He's the author of Pragmatic Agility, India Achievers Award for 2020 in EduTech. And he has a lot of credentials to his space. He has over 20 plus years of experience in Agile industry. And I am also one of his, trainees as part of DevOps session. And he's also having, he's a trained SPC and authorized instructor from ICP ACC. He's a NLP coach, is a Phoenix project simulation trainer, and he's a certified SPC, which I've already called out. He's a Scrum at Scale certified, and there are a lot of other certifications under his belt. People who are interested can quickly check his LinkedIn profile, and he's Six Sigma Black Belt certified, and also he has done his PhD in management from JNTU. I think this is, there's a lot more introduction that we can see from his side. So handing it over to Koti sir.
Excellent. Thank you so much, my friend, and really appreciate that kind words. I hope everybody able to hear me. Yes. Can somebody wave off? Okay, good. Excellent.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can
And
hear you.
I cannot enable my video. Is there any restriction or it's okay? Without video, I can talk.
Are you facing some issues while making it on?
It says you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it. You need to enable me, I believe. Even I am happy to speak without that, but I can share my screen before we fix that. Okay. Hope you can see my screen as well.
Yeah.
Excellent. Good. If we can fix, just let me know. I can enable my video. Otherwise, that's fine. In the interest of time, we should get started. Good. So thank you, Eric, for that nice kick off the event here in this evening in India time. Appreciate that. And a good evening, afternoon, morning, I don't know, good day, wherever you are joined. So I'm Dr. Koti, and as my friend Sharath mentioned, a quick snapshot. So I'm working currently with Guaranto as an executive director, and also I'm advised to Empiric Management Solutions. And I've been in industry, as you mentioned, 2 decades plus, in fact, 3 decades, 1 decade into Indian Air Force and then into the IT world here. And let me check this if it is working here.
Sir, you should be able to turn on your video now with other panelists as well.
Okay, and okay, perfect. I hope you can see my handsome face now. Not sure it's coming or not, but I enabled my video here.
Not yet.
So, not sure. I enabled, but it is not coming up. I'm not sure, but maybe technical glitch. Good, let's move on. So I've been working in various capacities in various organizations, currently working with JCA for the safe implementation, worked with many banks and including PayPal Standard, and I was working with United Technologies for a small stint and then United Health Group. So I have experience in a few domains like healthcare, banking and other stuff. And today I'm here to just share my experience, what I did in the last 1 decade, at least from a coaching perspective. Since it is a coaches summit, I thought I'll bring some of my experience, what I did, what I felt, whatever I can contribute something back here to the community. So in this process today, the goal is to understand in 3 bits quickly in the interest of time available here. I think I have about 35 minutes or so. If we leave some question hour. So let's talk about why, what, and how, right? This is what I am interested in to talk about in terms of this business agility or enterprise agility or pragmatic agility. I think everything is agility today. Even people are talking about personal agility. So life is all about agility. That's the bottom line. So why, what, how in the organizations, what you are working on is what I'm going to talk. The very first thing, a small video I would like to play here. Just let me run it and see if you are able to get there. Good.
I figure 75% to you, Palma, and 25% divided between the 5 of us. Gida, Crowbar, myself, Tom, and the baby. That makes 5% for each one of us.
Billy, you're cheating yourself. If there's 25% divided among the 5 of you, that's 14% apiece.
Oh, no, listen, Pop. I wouldn't cheat you. You know I wouldn't. Now, look here. I'll show you. Let me rub this out here. And now, 25 divided by 5 is 5. You see, 5 won't go into 2, will it? No. But 5 goes into 25 5 times, you see?
No, you're wrong, Billy. Now, I'm a pretty good mathematician. Now, 5 into 25, 5 won't go into 2, will it?
No.
But 5 goes into 5 once. Now, we didn't use the 2 before, so we bring it down here. Now, 5 into 20 goes 4 times. There you are. 5 into 25, 14.
No, look, Pa. Let me prove it to you now by multiplication. 5 times 5. 5 times 5 is 25.
Really, I'm surprised you're learning.
Huh?
I'm surprised that you're learning. Now I'll show you. 5 times 14 is 25. 5 times 4 is 20. 5 times 1 is 5. 25. That's it.
No. Look, Ma. Look, you're wrong there because I'll prove it to you. We'll put down 5 14s here. 14. There. Now I'll prove to you by addition that 5 14s is not 25. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20.
21, 22, 23, 24, 25. There you are. Better brush up, Billy. I don't want to see you boys cheated.
Okay. That's a little story. I hope everybody got it, more than me speaking anymore about it. This is the reality of the story today, right? So the biggest pain we are facing is making people understand when you have certain baggage carrying in your life from your experience or other patterns, what you are undergone. Now, if you don't want to change, I think nothing will help. It does not matter what kind of facility we are talking about. Nothing is going to work. Only it works when you are ready to understand and open to get what's going around you and what it means to get there. That's what quick stuff there. Now, the biggest problem otherwise what I have seen from people is not understanding that fundamental difference about these 3 items here. what is translation, what is transition, and what is transformation. I think most of the organization pain is claiming we are all transforming while not knowing whether we are really translating a process or we are transitioning from one state to other state. So I think those low matured organizations thinking doing some kind of translation, a process moving here and there, changing some process, or going to a point A to point B, feeling like we are doing a big kind of transformations. I think the real transformation is all about how do you bring the dramatic changes in the form it appear. It becomes a real outcome, not a kind of a transformation what you can showcase on presentations or kind of conferences, right? You have to do something outcome orientation, which can really you get a feel and sense and outcome orientation kind of. Now, another biggest problem what I have seen is adoption and maturity. Now, adoption is anybody can do, climbing by sending some people for some trainings and making sure that you are having some time boxes to do something somehow. Everybody can claim we have adopted Agile. When it comes to maturity, I'm not sure how many people can really claim we are mature or to what extent. So it is all about maturity more than adoption. If you say my organization is trained 1,000 people in 1 month, who cares? If you say we have everybody transformed to Scrum, everybody is doing plannings, who cares? But what should speak is your outcome again. The maturity is all about how do you reflect in culture, in your DNA. Again, connecting back to your outcomes. If the things are not outcome based, it will be still output orientation. And one team working great does not mean your organization is really transformed. So maturity is what matters at the end of the day. It's not about adoption. And this is the feature. What many surveys is talking, if you go to Gartner, if you go to BCG, if you go to McKinsey, across the globe, nowadays people running behind this mantra called ABC. AI, artificial intelligence, you all know what chat GPT is going on around us in the last 1 month. Big data is there quite for some time. Cloud is the way of life going forward for many reasons of post-COVID situations. So we cannot escape from these ABCs if we want to move forward in this digital disruption. So be mindful that what we are doing in this area in your context again, of course. And then let's talk about what is this agility transformation is all about. So far, just I was trying to cover why from that mindset to where the world is going. Now, when it comes to what this is in principle, what I felt business agility is all about the business value, how you can create in the shortest possible time, which can sustain, of course, which can have some consistency. And in the process, we cannot afford to compromise on the quality or we cannot compromise on the people happiness, right? So we should maintain all of that. We should go to the market at the earliest possible in the more quality way. That's what very, very important. Of course, in working that fashion, iterative incremental is the quite obvious thing. At what scale you're going to do is a different question. The goal may be not at low cost in the beginning, but in the long run, that could be a byproduct from the business agility. I think Eric is mentioning about even enterprise agility as a next step from business agility on that evolutionary versus the revolutionary kind of stuff. Of course, this can go on and on to the extent what you wanted to do in your organization. Now, as per me, these are the three kind of cyclic process here, business agility transformation. So we need to do this in iterative and incremental fashion as well. You cannot go and start your organization in a big bang wave overnight. Nothing is going to work for that matter. So you have to be really careful about how you are introducing in your organization and also make sure that you are taking care of all these aspects. It's not about some of the organizational changes, doing some kind of structure, saying flat organization or doing some other kind of stuff. It may or it may not make sense. So what you must understand from this aspect is, how do you really reflect your behaviors from the DNA from an organizational standpoint of view? How do you make organization more agile and lean thinking people? And how do you adopt the practices? And how do you make sure that everybody in the organization is competent enough to get there. It does not matter what is that competency it requires based on their functional skills, right? So there is agility for everybody. It does not matter IT division, operations division, procurement, finance, HR, sales. Anybody and everybody has to be thinking agile. Otherwise, it will go for a toss. It will be still sub-optimized. So then when it comes to the next approach, what you are going to take from a transformation standpoint of view, you need to be careful in terms of taking care of organizational transformation. How do you bring this top-down approach, right? So you cannot make bottom-up, while bottom-up is equally important in terms of competency, until unless your leadership team is not convinced and not approving and not keeping their skin in the game. That's the bottom line. It's not about throwing some money to get something automated process, right? It doesn't work. They have to be part of the game and they must lead the organization. They must lead the change. There is no second thought about it. And they need to be clearly defining the policies. Sometimes I have seen recently talking to somebody, our policy does not allow to do this. Then you need to change the policy, right? You cannot do the same thing and expect different results. And there is a lot of things an organization can rethink the way they work today, the way they operate today, that can change the game. Without this, whatever you do, how many people you train, how many people get hired, nothing will work. Maybe still sub-optimization, I would say. Then, of course, you need to really get into the process adaptation because we can define so many things. We can define so many processes. We can talk about engineering maturity and everything. At the end of the day, if you don't do those practices, you don't mature them in action, nothing will happen. Everybody talks about test-first development and test-driven development. When I speak to 100 people, 99 people says what it is. And even it's a kind of Greek and Latin to somebody even today. So continuous integration happens at times, okay. Continuous deployment sometimes not. Continuous release or on-demand release. Not all these things are really done well in organizations. The problem is, how do you mature the right practices to understand the right things? How do you shift left the mentality all the way from the agile requirements? How do you involve the people? How do you make people part of accountable is what matters. Then personal transformation is another important thing. Without this, nothing will work. So it is at the end of the day, people who does all the great work. So how people you are going to develop? How do you make them competent enough? How do you create some slack in the system? How do you empathize with them? So these are the certain important things. I personally felt with a great organizational mindset, adopting those practices through personal competency and agility, probably that's going to be possible. Otherwise, everything is sub-optimization, as I always say. Now, you have to address all these three aspects for an organizational change if you want to sustain. And you need to understand the J curve. What happens when you start changing the transformations? You need to really understand performance can go down, but you need to prepare for that because the results are going to overwhelm you. If you give up in that patient curve of organizational change, you are gone. Nobody is going to help you. Then the problem with the transformation is people think we need to adopt Agile, right? That's what I mentioned in the beginning. Adaptation of Agile is not a goal for anybody, if I'm not wrong, but I have seen in many cases from my experience. Now, what is our goal? Actually, to help us or our customers to deliver better solutions. That's what our customers are looking for. How can you make my solutions better? How can you help me work applications working better, which can help us to move forward in our own business context? So again, if we say that we have so many people trained, we have that many teams composed of stable teams and all, they don't care. Customers want a better solution for them. How do you do is something your nitty-gritties. But the goal is again, not claiming alone adaptation. How do you bring that value to the customer is what matters, right? And everything boils down to the business outcomes at the end of the day. When you create a better solutions, it's a win-win situations for everybody. Now the question is how quickly to talk about. By the way, this is a Agile Coaches Summit kind of thing, and I am very crazy and passionate about writing a lot of backronyms. I will show a couple of backronyms at the end of the session. These are the two important things I would like to call out, which was published in my book called Pragmatic Agility. So I just out of crazy thinking, what is Agile, what is coach, and then how to put some kind of things by understanding the ground reality. So people have so many models out there, whatever you call grow models to XYZ models, right? So I simply said, okay, if you are really a coach, you need to assess the situation, you need to set the goals, you need to implement, you need to learn and expand your ambitions about targets. That's simply way of looking at Agile for me. As a coach, you need to connect with the people, you need to observe, you need to advise them, you need to confirm, you need to harvest further. So these are the couple of simple model. If you love them, you can go and start practicing. If you have more questions, let's talk offline. Then with that approach of one thing or other, we all take an approach of a coaching aspect, right? We don't just go and talk to the people. You pick a model of your choice. From your experience, you start accelerating the journey to help people to realize their own potential. Now, these are very powerful books, what I found. The Art of Action, How Leaders Bridge the Gaps. That's the biggest problem today. The latest book of John P. Cotter, again, Dual Operating System, Accelerate. There's a funny, crazy thing. Accelerate, there is a separate book also by somebody. He has kept the same thing in a different IP, wise enough. Accelerate. And then Age of Agile, very powerful about supporting the networks. Another very interesting book by Dr. Mick Custon is Project to Product Mentality. From his last 1 decade of research, he has put this book very simplified manner. How do you start thinking about products, not like projects? And Team of Teams is one of the powerful by this General Stanley, talking about how do you really respect the teams and how do you create any organization from a team of teams perspective. So we need to really foster these cultures and we have to enable the people to work innovatively in the organization. And we have to really make teams are aligned from end-to-end work point of view, not their own team's perspective. So you can make some centralized policy makings, you can make some centralized initiatives and strategies, that's fair enough, but then you need to transform the leadership to get there. So these are some references for you, but again, you may have a whole wealth of wisdom. You can leverage your experience and these things are always a good pointers and reference for you to move forward. Then, this is purely from my experience. If you want to start this Agile or Agility transformation, people are more happy to call Agile more than Agility. I'm not going to talk about that, Agility and Agile now. So, go with the flow, Agile transformation. So how it starts? So obviously training, you need to educate the people. Without educating, nothing will happen. You need to coach, you need to collaborate across the people, use tools and techniques to leverage in this fast-facing digital disruption, especially post-COVID, tools plays vital role. And assessments, that will help you to move forward. And then you have this little bit of strategically starting the game. Leadership transformation could be one more thing. And then, of course, skill and staffing assessment wherever you go. Understand the gaps and competencies, what you can do. Have a clear plan and charter. Start with team transformations. Don't go big bang. Apply tools and techniques to scale up. Pilot Agile. Showcase the result. Figure out the next steps with the best approaches what to learn. Then you can go and do the agility at scale at whatever the level you wanted to do. That's where your enterprise transformation comes from. Now, of course, I can talk about this slide for entire day also, right? But the goal is not to that, just to give some snippets here from my experience. Then the transformation journey. So first of all, you need to have a powerful communication. Without having communication, people will ask you, get lost when you go and talk to people, right? A very, very important thing you must understand. Have a clear buy-in and plan. Sometimes I see Agile coaches struggling, why I'm hired? What is being asked? What was being asked in the interview? What is being asked now? What JD? Your struggle is always to make leadership buy-in. Your struggle is always to convince leadership. This is the biggest pain what I have seen people doing, including me. I was not no exception anymore. I was figuring out and I was breaking my head half of the time to convince people without knowing why they had. So communication is the key. Let the communication flow from the top down. Guys, this is what they need. This is the company. We need to do that. Figure out a pilot. Again, don't showcase a lot of case studies, customer stories. Nobody cares. Because context counts at the end of the day. What works for somebody may not work for you. How do you figure that out? Do a pilot to get the buy-in and confidence of the leadership and customers. Then figure out how do you really transform the roles in a more evolutionary phase, not on a revolutionary basis overnight. Train and further coachings and implementation can help you. That showcase to the rest of the organization what are the possibilities for us. Then you can, of course, always scale up to the next level by creating some community of practices which can help you to leverage your internal talent rather than running around the industry. That makes a lot of sense for you to go and collaborate, cross-pollinate, and work for organization. Of course, you can go beyond and further different levels of transformations. Again, don't be inclined to any framework, any school of thoughts. You first figure out what is your context, what makes sense. Don't criticize in this process any frameworks. For scaling, there are 1,000 frameworks available today. So don't run behind the buzz of the industry. You look for your context, choose what makes sense for your context to scale up. When you have a basic hygiene in the system and basic maturity and the culture, then slowly it will evolve over a period of time. So it takes time. Don't think that you send people to 2 days of training and next day morning miracles will happen. It is just impossible. You have to have patience enough. You need to have a clear time and space to see the success, right? Again, success depending upon how do you define different question. So waterfall to agile transformation, some of the role mappings I just talked about here in the interest of you, again, from my own experience. How do you see the requirements in the waterfall and agile, and what is changing a release and milestone based to the more frequently? How testing is changing the way the landscape of the built-in quality proactively. What happens to scope? Everything fixed there. The only thing variable in Agile is scope. That's where we are helping our customers to keep it very open and work towards a solution what makes sense as you evolve. Customer involved all the time, not at the end. Our focus is more value, unlike the schedule driven. It's mostly a kind of centralized. In fact, there is a typo. Agile is all about decentralized. Waterfall is about centralized, which is not a good sign to move forward. Now, maturity point of view I was talking about, here are some of my experience again. Don't care about lagging metrics much. Don't depending upon leading metrics too much. So I always call these things as outcome metrics, focus on outcomes, which are predominantly a kind of leading indicators at times people call, but at least don't measure vanity metrics. Because you can measure anything, don't measure. That's meaningless and merely wastage of time. If a metric is not useful for you to make some decisions, please drop that metric. So measure what makes sense. That's what the bottom line. Business value. Of course, people struggle to figure out what is business value. First, you try to educate yourself, understand what is the business value before you measure. Then that becomes the ultimate goal of customer's value. Time to market is key, because if you go with a less integrity, you promise today, go after 1 week, nobody cares. By then you're outdated in the marketplace. You're not helping your customers. Escape defect is the reflection of the quality of the people. You cannot just measure. You cannot claim that, okay, in this sprint, we have fixed 200 defects. Who cares? If you have 10 defects escape to the customer, that's the biggest problem. It does not make any sense for me. Requirement volatility index. I have seen people crying around. Okay, customer is coming back with everyday changes. Then that's what they are looking for. Otherwise, why do they care about Agile? I have seen some organization measuring this. The more requirements or the product backlog items are changing from the day you started implementing, in every iteration, that is the power of help we are doing to the customer. You really look for the requirement volatility index. You be happy when they ask for more changes. That's how we are helping them. If you say no, sorry, they will figure out somebody. So be aware of that. Feature usability index. Everybody is creating features, but how many of them are used? How much you are taking care of that? How are you calculating that? That's another important thing. What they can use is what makes sense. So that requires a lot of, again, principle number 10 of Agile Manifesto, simplicity. Happiness index. This is my personal metric I did as part of my PhD work. Happiness index is one of the most important thing. Again, there are systems to support. If you don't know, again, you can connect with me. How do you calculate this and all? There are many ways, as long as your intentions are right, to calculate. People say it is very subjective. Of course, we can measure the subjectivity also. Net promoter score from employees' perspective also equally important, like customer. Make sure that ENPS and CNPS both are equally important, and that will help you to move forward. These are some, again, transformation challenges from my experience. I think everything is self-explanatory, what you see on the screen. So we need to be more growth mindset, right? And we need to have more product thinking. And we need to be more focusing on the people than process. Maturity is important. Principles are very good for the practices. And again, practices are better than preaching stories. And you must lead and help people to actually trigger the intrinsic motivation. Don't run behind carrot and sticks business. And of course, value is more important than velocity. You cannot enforce anything in the Agile. You can just enable or empower the people. Try to think about that. Reactive things does not work anymore in this fast-pacing world. You have to be proactive enough. These are certain important things if you can start thinking about. Coming out of your fixed mindset and all these abilities of project and process and preaching and management, probably it can change the game. It is difficult, but you need to attempt. So some of the things, again, some solutions potentially which can help you. You must have a compelling vision. Don't force fit anything to the people. Educate the leadership team first. That's the first fundamental pillar, and without which nothing will happen. Think about long-term, short-term goals. Don't go for big bang. Groom the internal talent. My sincere advice, don't run behind industry to get experts. Out of their experience, they claim 50% will not be really useful for you. People can claim anything. Rather look inside. Who is your talent? Who understand your ecosystem better? Who can make all wonders for you? Respect the people in the organization more than running in the industry. Make all functions enable, like Agile thinking people, not only IT people, all functions, procurement, sales, marketing. Otherwise, they will sell everything what you are not building. You will be surprised, right? So baseline, measure, create some meaningful metrics, create a kind of oneness in the organization, one team, one company, shared responsibility. Engineering maturity is very, very important. Nowadays, people are talking about DevOps and beyond. SRE also important. Create a good telemetries about stakeholders, what reporting they need. So bottom line is inspect and adopt. There is nothing like without inspect, anything can happen. And for that, you need to have the transparency in that system. You need to have the courage and trust with the people, right? So then post-COVID, what I found, even I published in my book also, interestingly, it was COVID time. I have written book. What could happen post-COVID, kind of little bit of forecasting. You need to charter the new ways of working. You need to show trust in the people because they are behind the cameras like we are right now. Then you need to still trust, right? And you have to make a lot of rules changed, policy changed. And you need to really thinking about the new ways of working in this remote world. Once upon a time, work from home was a nightmare. Now work from office is a nightmare. Both things are thanks to COVID to make entire world realize all these extreme possibilities, which are otherwise people were never thinking about it, right? And of course, respect the people at home, their privacies. We don't know what is their problems. We need to be very, very empathetic about that. And use tools, digital space, tools and technology can bridge all the gap. And again, all the people misconceptually use the principle of face-to-face in the Agile manifesto, unfortunately. Now everybody realized in-person is not only face-to-face, you can be face-to-face anytime, anywhere. Even before COVID, some people leveraged very well tools and techniques. Now at least it has become a business imperative. Now everybody started doing that. So make sure that you change all the policies in the interest of the post-COVID. Give some full empowerment, autonomy by trusting your people. Otherwise, just impossible to sustain. Last but not the least, go with the compliance with the government rules and regulations and statutory guidelines. Don't rush to call people to offices for no reason, or just follow the statutory or guidelines of the government bodies wherever you're operating. That can make you to be compliant, to be sustained in the business. Otherwise, you may need to shut down as well. Then, practical advice to conclude. Gather the data. Don't go to perceptual basis or watermelon kind of reportings, looking very green outside and very red deep inside. Gather the data, believe the data, collect them from the system, do the feasibility study. And you need to plan your transformation strategy. You have to train the people, which is the main ingredient in the transformation, to educate. Then implement SS coach. Finally, you can improve to sustain and accelerate over a period of time. These are some highlighter points for you. How do you start the game? So some closing thoughts. I know we are having about 10 to 12 minutes more. Let me take 5 minutes to conclude, 10 minutes, maybe some questions. Some of the things I would like to call out here. There's an opportunity. I hope everybody is getting connected to one of the famous stuff in the Agile world, which has taken the birth in 2001, February 9th to 11th, after that 17 great pioneers brainstorming, right? I hope everybody guessed it now, Agile Manifesto. So I was really looking at recently what these people are doing. And out of all these, this guy, Pete Beadle is no more, RIP. And rest of the people are still surviving and contributing and giving their own opinions at this point in time. Many people ask them, why are you not revisiting? One of the person, John Kahn, said, we don't need to revisit, just people need to realize and understand even today. Some people said, these are all the quotes what you see on my screen. The same 17 people said whatever in 2001. This is their latest statements of late, very latest, as good as 1 year or last year kind of the statements. Now you can see that what is that going on here. They said Agile in name only. I know models, there are people. Agile does not cure your incompetency. And they can help you to make some better estimates or accurate estimate. It is mostly adaptive, not predictive. And of course, think of the Agile Manifesto as a call to action in a point of time and not script of how to behave. It was a moment, not an era. This is what very powerful statement given by Sutherland. Nowadays, Agile has become overly decorated. You call again all utilities and all, people started doing many things, calling what are they doing. And of course, another thing, if you look at the bottom of the 4 values, this is again a statement by one of these authors, right? I think individual and interactions for process and tools is often used as a club to rule out discussions of process and tools, which is too bad. In 2001, that was making sense. Then what he said? In 2015, the reverse is true. And of course, post-COVID, it's reverse only possible. I hope you are getting my message here. And I also personally found 2 things need to be changed in the Agile Manifesto. If I got a magic wand, replace that software with solutions, project with product. Then that can fit for anybody on the planet. Today, the biggest problem is people think it is for software people only. Not necessarily, right? Entire world is using left and right, oil and natural gas and telecommunication, media, NASA, you name anybody, people are doing, manufacturers, not only IT. But there's a little bit glitch when people are talking about this. I thought if you can replace these 2 things, it can change the real game. Last but not the least, David, one of the author here, whom you see top row, last but one. He said Agile is dead, not anymore. And you can look at his pragmatic video as well, you'll understand more games. Now, time is more valuable than money, my friends. So be mindful. This is what from my experience, snippets I just kept in the interest of sharing. And apply system thinking, otherwise local optimization and global disaster. Nothing will happen. That is a true business ability or enterprise ability we are talking about it. It is amazing what you can accomplish if you do not care who gets the credit, by Harry. Unfortunately, every organization is running behind this credit story only, right? You do, somebody else will claim, and somebody else do, you claim, it's vice versa. It is all political affair in the organizations of the corporates. Unfortunately, you need to get out of that mesh. If you can get out of that mesh, you can see all wonders happening for your organization. Then another important thing is, from my own experience, estimations or guesstimates do not do our engineering. And history and research shows that when you spend 50% time, your accuracy of estimate is close to 70 to 80%. If you spend the remaining rest of your life, the accuracy may improve by 5% maximum, or no, it may degrade as well. So you must have a reasonable thinking. What is that we need to do in the interest of starting the game? Inspect and adopt, learn from the past, improve the accuracy, because you can never be accurate. And so we call them as estimates. Don't run behind unnecessarily with them to make them perfect. Good. Do what is working for you. do not run behind frameworks or methods. If you follow frameworks, fair enough, but don't customize till the extent you fail and then blame everything else. This is another biggest problem. People go on and on and on, just fine tuning and customizing in the interest of their own comfort zone. Finally, they say, no, this X does not work for us. That's a crap. Entire world is reaping the benefit, by the way. It is your inability to figure out what makes sense for you. But then context counts at the end of the day. Bottom line is do what makes sense for you. Why are you running behind everything? Already there is enough confusion by all great thought leaders in the industry. You have to be wise enough to choose what makes sense for you. Who knows, tomorrow I may come with something else, right? So everybody wants to showcase their own experience. What is commit means for you? As I told my own wisdom, context counts, own it. You measure and mature with integrity and trust. That is the bottom line. If you can really believe in these things, nobody can stop from success, either you or your organization. Then, what is metrics means? I usually talk to the people in most of the occasions whenever I get a time. Measure everything that results in customer satisfaction. That is the beauty of this powerful metrics as a word, what message hidden inside. Now, if you ask next time question what I should measure, you may have your answer. Whatever it makes sense, which results in the customer satisfaction is what your focus should be. Now, as Charles Darwin says, it is not the strongest of the species that survives, nor the most intelligent that survives. It is the one that is the most adaptable to change, period. That's the bottom line. So, this is told ages back, right? Agile is very new, and we are doing a lot of great wonders in this space, thinking all great things. It does not matter what you are doing, how you are doing. All it's about how flexible you are, how adaptable you are for the change, whether you like it or not. That's what can change the game. Otherwise, you will be out of market. And we have seen enough examples. I don't want to quote the examples who are out of market in the recent past 1 decade or 1 or 2 years also, right? Again, thanks to COVID to make people understand what is the game of survivability and fitness for purpose. So, these are just my promotional stuff from our company's guarantors and empirics upcoming stuff happening. But that doesn't matter. How can I help in the last 5 minutes what I have? Thank you so much for patient listeners and the great opportunity here.
Thanks so much, Koti sir, for a wonderful session. Initially, we have asked all the speakers to share the key takeaways from the session. You are absolutely to the point. You shared your transformation experiences, business agility. You shared what needs to be learned and what needs to unlearn. That's a great session from your side. Now let's allow the participant to ask some questions. Participants, please raise your hand if you want to ask any questions. In between, we have few questions in the Q&A section. Let me go ahead. Sai Durga Prabhu, she is asking like, what as per you is the current state of enterprise agility and where do you see it going?
So again, to be honest with you, with all due respect, enterprise agility is a new buzz, while conceptually it is a great thing to be done. As Eric mentioned very clearly, we need to understand what is the agility we are talking about. How do you start transforming from a team agility to business agility to enterprise agility? So it is a kind of nomenclature. Even if you ask me to put before team agility, I will add personal agility, which is the current buzz of the industry, right? So how do you bring a personal transformation to the team transformation, to the organization transformation, to go beyond? So basically, these are the layers. My personal take is based on your maturity, I would assess that, right? So if you are doing very good adoption, on top of adoption, very good maturity, and if you are on a maturity levels, if you can scale up to a different on a scale of 1 to 10, if you claim yourself are doing reasonably at 8 to 9 in terms of the business outcomes, you can claim that. So how your whole organization is transformed, how that value is being looked at from a customer's point of view, from those outcome metrics, what I mentioned about it. If you can create a small kind of those metrics and analysis and you can assess yourself, the maturity and the business results can lead to scale to claim where you are. If I make a scale of agility scale, starting from personality scale to the enterprise scale, that maturity should tell you where you are. That's what my take on that.
Great, sir. I think Vish wants to ask a question. Vish, I have unmuted you. Please try to ask question.
Yeah, thank you, Praveen. Yes, so my question is around, on the lines of, if we ignore who gets the credit, a lot is done, right? On the same lines, how exactly do we address the appraisal cycles? End of the day, it's a collective work, teamwork, and a sprint goal. But still, we
Yes.
have to measure and appraise people in the team.
Yes.
So how?
Yeah, this question is not surprise to me. Every alternate day, this question is asked, and every alternate my sessions I talk about this also. If you are interested, please talk to me offline, because this is a big thing you need to understand, not explaining in 30 seconds or 1 minute. There is something called personal assessment framework system, what I created when I was working in Optum at a capacity of Agile coach. As a practice head, I created my own stuff. You may be surprised, maybe if one of my team members or coaches working with me joined this call, sometimes they watched in some other conference also. I never given any rating to my people. I never given any rewards awards to my people, which means they pick themselves. How they do that? I created a very simple framework. You decide and you measure, you award, period. Don't call me about your ratings and bell curves and performance bonuses. Very simple, nimble. If everybody is interested to adopt, things will happen. Again, if you need not to be biased anywhere. And there is no question of biasing. Very simple set of rules and framework. You create it, leave it there. You empower the people to do that. Then nobody will question you, okay, why I am 2, why I is 5 and XYZ. No questions. Whether you are 2 or 5, yourself is going to decide, period. That is the bottom line. That's one aspect I did in my life. But it may work for somebody, it may not work for others. Again, there are thousands of tools available on this area. Research is done. As for me, the bottom line is respect as a team. You cannot get away from the organizational policies and practices. As I mentioned in some of the slides, what you need to do differently, what policies you need to change, how do you act post-COVID? Many things comes into picture, right? Those all amalgamation can lead to a different way of life. Whether we can sail together or sink together. There is no question that we can run faster than our slowest component in the team member, right? And you cannot say, I'm a hero, I am done my programming, deal done. That is the whole point we are talking about, why it is a collective journey. You need to have some kind of what I created, maybe somebody else might have created something more. You need to find the ways with an open mind. Then everything fall in place. The biggest bottleneck is the current human capital policies. The existing things are the bottlenecks for you. Slowly, people are transforming, I believe, in different ways of life. And I am sure very soon that will be even better.
Awesome. Yes. Thank you, Dr. Koti. Certainly, as you mentioned, I'll connect with you personally offline on this move. Thank you so much for such an insightful session today.
Thank you, Vish.
Thanks, Vish. In the interest of time, we are taking 2 more questions. We are already overrunning. But let me shoot 1 more question, sir. How to manage agile transformation and business priorities, as business deliveries always take the precedence than any transformation?
Excellent. So these are not mutually exclusive or inclusive. You may have a better idea when I say exclusive, inclusive. If you are running behind business priorities, in your entire life, you cannot do agility in any way. If you think agility can change my business priorities and the way I look at the things today, you should start thinking about agility transformation. So agility transformation is not a choice anymore. It is a business mandate and business objective. If you want to really work great on those so-called business priorities. Now, who knows that what business priorities you are doing today, how better you are doing, what measures you are doing, what framework you are using, how do you know that what you are doing is making sense or not? So business priorities, every company will have. That's a never-ending story. But how do you make better business priorities will come through agility. If you understand that simple fact and recognize that way of life, slowly you will start injecting. And again, you need not to stop everything overnight. So have that mindset and awareness again. Start indulging into, as I mentioned, a small pilot. You continue with your kind of priorities, the way of life. You take a small pilot and experiment it, that will prove the right things. Then you can slowly get the buy-in and scale up in the enterprise.
Thank you, sir. one last question. How can I coach leadership who hired me for agile transformation but don't change?
Sorry, can you please repeat the question?
How can I coach leadership who hired me for agile transformation but they don't want to change?
Yeah, for that you need to come to my NLP session. How to coach people on a personal capacity. So I'm just kidding. See, basically, this is the biggest problem. I told already, right? I have beaten enough with that approach. And of course, because I have some courage, I quit some jobs and not many jobs I did in my life anyway, hardly 2 companies here and there. But then, see, the bottom line is organizations are hiring coaches to claim that they have agile coaches. They have some competency. They are also doing agile. 50% companies are doing that to showcase the headcounts, unfortunately. In the remaining 50%, hardly 10% also not doing the proper coaching. Everybody has here allowed to coach, but we are not allowed to coach, unfortunately. Now, again, people don't understand what is coaching, what is mentoring, what is training, what is facilitation, what is counseling. There are many stances of the life. Now, Agile coach has to carry all of that thing, right? And in the interview, you are looked at only one thing as a solution accelerator, which does not make sense. So basically, my personal take is use our toolkit, like some NLP technique or some other techniques what you learn in your life. Pick one of the model to make them aware, first place. Second thing, use some Cartesian questions. Guys, what will happen if you do this? What will not happen if you do this? What will not happen if you don't do this? And what will happen if you don't do this? Then that 4 questions will open up the mindset of the people who are ahead of you. They know what they need to do. That 4 compelling questions you can use as a simple toolkit from my experience. That will change the game probably. Otherwise, again, inspect and adopt. Last but not the least, look for the opportunities where your competency is respected. Don't stuck somewhere and don't regret. That's my advice.
All right. In the interest of time, one last question from Sonal. Sonal, you want to ask a quick question?
Okay, good evening, everyone, and good evening, sir. That was a very insightful session. And my question is, my team or the people around in my team tends to always get into blame game. We try to coach and that the team should focus on delivery and value, but they don't. So it's always dev versus a QA. Hence, repetitively being telling them we are one team, and in Agile it is nothing like dev and QA. How how to deal with such solutions? I mean, how to bring in people agility? I think.
So again, thank you for asking that. See, at the end of the day, as a leaders, as a team leads, our act of leadership everywhere is important. Everything starts with the education, socialization, and showing the big picture, telling the purpose, why we are doing what we are doing. If we can slowly navigate around those things by enabling the people, by providing enough autonomy and empowerment, things can change. I have seen very closely, and it is not easy on the day one. So, but then the day one ends, right? After 24 hours, new day starts, new ways starts, and new motivation starts. How do you, first you understand, my personal request is whenever we are talking about something need to change, what abilities we have, that's what we say in the coaching as a first thing. What is our personal competency and ability to transform the things around us? Once we have that clarity, take that baton to the next level by helping people to realize, by showcasing with some analogies, some examples, and telling them they are part of the game. Without them, there is no value at all. Slowly that mindset shift and empowering the people can change. But don't force fit anything. Force fitting does not make sense. Taking that navigational step with some kind of personal trainings and coachings can change the game.
Yeah. Thanks, Koti sir, for the great answer. With this, we are going to end Koti sir session, unfortunately, with the crunch of time. So thanks again, once again, Koti sir, for your session. With this,
thank you.
Yeah, please go.
No. If anything else, guys, shoot an email to our friends. SS Gurus will come back to you. We will answer the questions in what other way we can do that. We need to respect the time box. Apologies for a few minutes over. And with that, I would say thank you and have a great time, everybody. Take care and stay safe.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. With this, we have ended our first speaker session. by Dr. Koti sir. Now we are moving to our second session from Krishna Panchari sir with respect to Agile Egos. Let me give a quick introduction about Krishna Panchari sir. Sorry,
Krishna Kumar, Sharath.
Krishna Kumar Chinnapachari sir. He is a SPCT and currently he is working as an engineering delivery leader, independent consultant and trainer. And he also worked on NLP techniques, right, in the past, and currently practiced few NLP techniques from his side. And yeah, with respect to more introduction, I am handing it over to Krishna sir. So please take it forward.
Thanks, Sharath. So I'll share my screen. Yeah, no worries. Confirm. You can see my screen?
Yes, we can see.
Okay. Okay, so quick introduction about myself. So I've been with IT. Okay, 1 minute. Yeah, so I've been in the IT industry for last 25 years. So 14 plus years into Agile coaching. That includes 4 years Scrum Master and 10 years as Agile coach as well. I also led the Agile transformation as a site Agile transformation leader for a 1,000 people organization. First 11 years I worked in traditional ways of delivering as well, and I'm a safe program consultant. I conduct trainings on safe, all the safe related trainings like Scrum Master, Product Owner, POPM, Release Train Engineer, Architect, Advanced Product Management, everything. And also worked in all three types of organizations: product-based companies like Philips, Sabre, JDA Software, and also consulting firms like Accenture, Cognizant, Cprime, EPAM, and also worked in captive centers. And I did work on all this, some of these tools hands-on, like CA, Agile Central, HPQC, all those things, and also been contribution to the communities of practice in building the Scrum Master community of practice, and both within and external. And so that is my quick background. So let's get to the topic. So today's my session is my topic is Agile Egos that can't be neglected for the transformation journey. So that is my topic. So the agenda, how I'm going to structure is for the next 45 minutes. So this is how it's going to be. So first I'm going to talk about 1 minute about 16th annual survey of state of Agile by version 1 that was published last year. So I'm going to spend a minute on that to talk about what is the insight about current state of Agile, right? That is the first point. Then I'm going to talk about what are these Agile Egos about. I'm going to give you an introduction about what is this Agile Egos means, and then I'll get into deep dive into the topics, mainly focused on Scrum, where I'll talk about all the Scrum role, different Scrum roles based egos, and how will they impact the overall transformation journey, right? So we have the Scrum Master. As you know, all of you guys must be knowing the three predominant roles in Scrum is Scrum Master, Product Owner, and team members. Of course, apart from that, we also have manager and agile coach as well, right? That is not traditionally, that is not there in the Scrum framework, but it is there in the organization, right? So I'm going to talk about all of them. So that is primarily the predominant focus of my talk is going to be. Then what are the remedies? So now that we see what are these egos and how it's affecting the overall transformation journey, so we will see what are some of the remedies. Then followed by last 10 minutes, I'll keep it for question and answers for you, for all of us to interact and exchange ideas. So you can hear me clearly, right, Sharath? Can you please confirm?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So the 16th annual survey of state of Agile 2022 that was published by digital.ai. Formerly it was called version 1, which is again one of the major tool vendor, Agile tool vendor. So they did a survey on between July 2022 and between August 2022 before the SAFE summit, and they had around 3,200 respondents who gave their opinion about what is the state of Agile in the industry. Right? If you look at this, 42% of the insights was saying that not enough leadership participation and not enough knowledge about Agile, general organization resistance to change. These are the some of the basic impediments is what this Agile state of reports talked about. My focus will be mainly on these two aspects, the 1 and the 3. I'll not go to talk about second one because there's a lot of information on Agile and the YouTubes. Of course, we need to choose the authentic material or authentic trainers. Apart from that, otherwise there is a lot of information in the internet, right? So my focus is mainly on the first and the third bullet, where it is talking about mainly about why people do behave like that to offer resistance to change, and why enough leadership participation is not there in the Agile transformation journeys, right? So, and my focus is mainly on the Scrum. Again, we have so many other tools like Kanban, XP, Safe, other things. This particular talk is I'm going to mainly focused on Scrum framework because Scrum is the most popular Agile framework in the industry. So my talk is mainly focused towards Scrum. So what are Agile egos? So plain English definition of ego is that a person's sense of self-esteem or self-importance, right? So that is the simplest definition of ego means, right? So what is Agile ego? So any of the or all of these following behaviors or expression that you see in an Agile team or organization, I call it as an Agile ego. For example, it could be anyone: Scrum Master, product owner, manager, team member, or a product owner, or Agile coach. They can say any of these expressions. I know it all, right? So I've gone through all the certifications, trainings. I know Agile. I don't need to know this as a manager, as a leader. I no need to know it. It's agility is for only for my team. It's not for me, right? How you guys would have seen people are commenting like this, right? Or people might sometimes they say I don't need a coach because I'm already a highly experienced guy. Or people with simplest thing is people, a lot of people would have say we use Scrum or we do daily stand up, so we are Agile. So these are the some of the myths that is there in the industry. So these are the some of the things where I would classify these as not really getting the depth of the Agile mindset, but just superficially talking about this. These are the some of the Agile egos that we encounter in our day-to-day life is what I prescribed it as Agile ego. So now getting into the in depth, as I mentioned, right, the Scrum has 3 predominant roles: Scrum Master, Product Owner, and developers, meaning team members, right? So coming to Scrum Master specific egos, if you look at it, he or she might generally come up with this baggage, like I'm a certified Scrum Master or a professional Scrum Master 1. I don't need a mentor or a coach. I know my stuff because I'm a Scrum Master. I'm authorized to run all the events or facilitate all the events, run the meetings, right? Or I have been a Scrum Master for so many months or years. I've been a project manager for so many months or years. So now I'm getting transition, moving from project management to Scrum Master node. But do you really shift that mindset from the traditional project management to Scrum Master mindset is the question we need to ask. And or if you are an experienced team member, like a developer or a tester for so many years or months, now I also want to do the Scrum Master role. So then you're bringing your lot of pride into it. And the other thing is, you as a Scrum Master, you always want to stick with only with Scrum. You never want to learn any other agility frameworks, right? So these are some of the Scrum Master egos that we encounter. Again, these are not the exhaustive list. These are some of the things where the sample representation of what I thought I will share with all of you guys. So what is the impact? So the impact is that, see, the moment you say you are a certified Scrum Master, things like that, right? You are trying to demand respect. You are not commanding respect. It doesn't work like that, right? See, just because you have a certification on your belt, see what requires is in the industry, and when you have to build relationship with the people, with the teams, with the organization, right? The Scrum Master need to start commanding respect, not demanding respect. Similarly, once you say I don't need a mentor or a coach, then where is the question of continuous improvement? Do you know all the stuff in the agility world, the Scrum world? There's absolutely no way you can learn and unlearn new things. That is a question we have to ask. And if you are claiming yourself as a Scrum Master for so many years or months, do you really got the mastery over Scrum? See, the meaning of Scrum Master is master. Do you really have the mastery over Scrum? the foundational principles, the pillars, right? Transparency, inspection, adaptation. Do you really got the mastery of the entire Scrum, how it is built, right? If you are a project manager, have you really shifted from your traditional mindset to agile ways of working, right? I think we also saw about Otis talking about inverted project triangle, right? So do we really shift from traditional mindset to the agile mindset? Those are the questions that we really need to question ourselves. If you're a developer or tester, again, as a challenges, as a team member, have you gone through all the challenges? Do you empathize with everyone? And now that you are acting as a scrum master, can you empathize with them and help them in case of any impediments that they're facing in their day-to-day life or in achieving the sprint goals? And if you're saying only if you are always stick with Scrum Master, don't you want to explore any other frameworks like Kanban, XP, or any other thing, or any other thing that is really helping the overall ways of working for the team, right? So those are the questions that are really we have to ask. Otherwise, the overall impact when it comes to transformation, you see, these are the impact, right? So these are the impact to the overall transformation journey. People may not get opened up because you're building a wall, right? Or you're going into isolation. Like you're saying that you're a Scrum Master, you deserve to teach or preach, right? People will consider you as a preacher, not as a coach. Scrum Master is supposed to be a team level coach, right? So people will start considering you as a preacher. And of course, all these events and all might happen, but mechanical Scrum will happen, right? Because the Scrum Master will be treated as an organizer, not as a real facilitator. And as we already discussed in first 2 sessions as well, right? So you will see a lot of outputs. You may not get real business outcomes, less or no outcomes, or only few benefits of Scrum. You can still get some benefits of Scrum because you are following Scrum, but it is not really the real outcomes, business outcomes. You'll start getting it, and you'll also start seeing a lot of team dynamics. Of course, the moment that there is a team, there is always a dynamic is already there. But if you are as a Scrum Master, if you're not really understanding your role, you're not committed to your role as a Scrum Master, you unnecessarily introduce a lot more team dynamics that could also lead to attrition, right? And the subsequent effect will be that the team will take a lot more time to becoming as a high performance team or a self-organized team. It takes a lot more time, right? And if Scrum Master is not scaling up, ignorance on the other agility options, as I mentioned, Kanban, XP, or any other frameworks, or what is really needed in the context of the organization, right? As Koti also mentioned, right? We have to see the current context, how it is operating. Some of you guys also asked questions. What is the balance that we need to give to business priorities versus agile transformation? So it's very important that we understand the current organization context as well, right? And not just only preaching on the Scrum events, right? So we need to have that balanced approach, right? And the overall the byproduct of this will be that people will start losing trust in the Scrum Master role itself, or they don't even respect Scrum as a framework itself, saying that okay, the Scrum will not work for us. So these are some of the agile, the Scrum Master, specific to Scrum Master egos and the impact in the overall transformation journey. So next, I'm going to focus on product owner egos, right? So again, some of them you might see, some of them might sound duplicate, but some of them are specific to the role. If, for example, certification thing, I'm a certified product owner is another ego. Product owner might bring it on the table. So he, product owner also might think he doesn't need a coach or a mentor. I know as a product owner, I know the product in and out because I've been with this domain and this product right from the beginning, right? So they might know this product in and out, but it doesn't mean that are they really collaborating with the rest of the folks is the question we need to ask. I've been a product owner for so many months or years, and I've been a project manager. So again, the Scrum Master, just like Scrum Master, right? Here the shift is happening from the project manager to product owner. But are we really changing the gates from the project manager to product owner? Right? Again, I'm a developer and a tester for so many years. Now I'm started to taking up the product owner role. I'm a business analyst. This is another classic one, right? I've been a business analyst for so many months. Or some places where there's a people manager also, right? They also want to get into product management or product owner. So they might also have this kind of ego saying that I have been a manager or above, could be senior manager, director, whatever it is, for so many years or months. So what is the impact? Again, as I mentioned, right, it's demanding respect will not work. It's all about commanding respect, working closely with the team. So, right, and continuous improvement, learning, unlearning is very important. As I mentioned, right, what you might know the product in and out, but what about collaboration with the engineering teams? Right, and do you really own the product? If you are a product owner for so many years, again, the meaning of product owner is you own the product, just like Scrum Mastery, right? Mastery or Scrum, just like product owner. Do you really own the product? Are you end-to-end accountable for the product? Are you able to manage all the stakeholders? So is that are you really fitting yourself in the shoes of the product owner is the question that we have to ask. As I mentioned, if you are moving from a project manager to business owner to product owner, do we really shifted from traditional mindset to agile mindset, right? So those are the questions that we need to ask. Again, if you are a team members, do you really understand the pains of the team members as an engineering team? So PO represents mainly the business part, right? Business part, but do you also understand the pain points of the engineering team members, right? And if you are a manager, are you also moving your role from, see again, manager it requires you might have a people responsibility, right? But when it comes to product owner, you may not have any kind of people responsibility, but you own the product end to end. Do you really shift that in that role as well? Is a question that we have to ask. So what is the overall impact? So the overall impact is that people may not open up because they simply again follow it, because product owner is saying, asking us to come up with some requirements or backlog items, stories, whatever, epics, features, whatever you say, people may not open it. They simply try to do it, right? There is not much of collaboration opportunities, right? Because they blindly think that our product owner knows everything. So people will simply follow you, no or less collaboration. Or later on, there could be a blame games, right? Saying that, okay, the product owner didn't give us enough clarity about acceptance criteria or a definition of done, things like that, right? All those things, it's like doing traditional product management in sprints in a 2 weeks time boxes, right? So it is like old wine in a new bottle, right? So that is a kind of mentality teams will start operating in. Again, as I mentioned, right, the overall benefit of Scrum also will be very less. And in terms of the product owner role itself, right, the overall product success rate also might go for a toss. So again, this is attrition is also another the other impacts that we already discussed: attrition and team not moving to self-organized mode, because the product owner is always trying to drive the show, not allowing the team members to step up, right? So and the team will also start losing trust in the Scrum Master and the Scrum process itself, because the product owner is always trying to intervene, and Scrum Master is also, if he's not stepping in to influence or course correct the product owner, right, then the whole team or the organization itself will start distrusting in the Scrum process itself or the Scrum Master itself, right? So these are some of the egos the product owner brings on the table, and that impacts the overall transformation journey. So now let's look at it from the team members' perspective, right? Developers. In Scrum, we call it as developers. When we say developer, everyone is is acting as a developer, even though it's a tester or a database engineer. So because everyone is contributing to the development of the product, right? So I simply replace the word developer as team member, just to keep it simple. So what are some of the egos that you can see it in the team members? So I'm a certified Scrum developer or a certified professional Scrum developer, right? That could be one of the tag. Or being a techie, I don't need a mentor or a coach. I know my stuff. This is what I've seen it, even though in some of the agile transformation engagements, right? So there are some tech leads or architects also, right? They are techie. They don't want to be coached. I mean, that is a kind of ego or resistance that we see it. And even these members also, right? Some of them are there from the beginning, so they know the product in and out, and they have been a techie for so many years. And sometimes they also mention that this is the way they have been doing agile. Just because they do daily stand-up or some events, right? They think they've already become highly matured, right? And that is a complaint. The justification they gave, saying that This is the way we have been doing Agile or Scrum. And they think, okay, so some of these meetings, ceremonies does not make sense to me, or it's simply a waste of time. These are the kind of resistance that the team members are showing on a day-to-day context. So they don't even really understand this. These are all Scrum events, right? So what is the impact? As I mentioned, right? It is all about working together, commanding respect, not demanding respect, and it's all about collaboratively working with the Scrum Master, who is our coach, team level coach, and also the product, who is the business representative, right? And continuously improving it. If this is the way you're doing Agile and Scrum, then why do we need an external coach or a Scrum Master, right? So, and why do organization has to go towards Agile transformation journey? We need to start thinking about it. And as I mentioned, right, so people don't even understand Scrum. All these Scrum events they're called events. They're not just meetings or ceremonies, because even events there is something significant is happening. You are either inspecting and adapting a product backlog or a sprint backlog or your sprint goal, right? Or the increment, the artifact. These are the three main artifacts of Scrum, right? Product backlog, sprint backlog, and the increment, the potentially releasable increment. We're inspecting each and every event, at each and every event, one of these artifacts. So that's why it's called events. They're not just ceremonies or meetings, right? So these are the things that we really need to get to the skin of the game. So what is the impact, overall impact, because of these egos displaced by the team members, right? People may not open up, especially freshers or junior members in the teams. So you might tend to see subgroups are getting formed, right? So in any game, right, even if you take a sports game and all, right, it's all about 11 members in a team, right? In a cricket team or a football team, it's not about junior or fresher. It's all about working together, right? So all these things, groupism might get formed. So on people, if you're a very highly techie and experienced one, no collaboration might happen, or later on there could be blame games in the retrospectives, or even in the retrospectives, such things may not come up as well, because people are afraid to open up, right? Again, as I mentioned, right, you might start seeing this traditional waterfallish. We are trying to do it in 2 weeks sprints. So lesser benefits of Scrum, unnecessary team dynamics, constant conflicts because of this. Some of the team members' egos and all, right? Constant, you'll see constant conflicts, ineffective sprint events, especially the retrospective itself. People are not even opening up, right? All these things will lead to the overall transformation journey, and that will impact the overall team in moving towards the high performance team, right? And that will, as a byproduct, it will create an impression that the entire engineering teams, the engineering leader are also there. They will also start seeing they don't really get to develop the trust with the engineering teams or the organization for any kind of further investment for expanding this agility into rest of the other Scrum teams or Agile teams. So these are some of the impacts because of the team member egos. So now the next one is Agile leader or a manager or above, right? It can be even, again, treat this as manager or above, means it could be senior manager, director, VP, whatever it is, or C-level also, right? So I'm a certified Agile manager or a leader, PAL, professional Agile leader, or a certified Agile leader, right? Some people have that kind of badge carrying it out, and they think, okay, just because you become a manager and above, they also think that I don't need any coaching or a mentor. I know my stuff. I know how to drive this transformation journey in my organization. I know this product in and out, right? And I'm always up to date on my organization dynamics and team dynamics. I think we already saw this. Eric talked about market dynamics, enterprise dynamics, business agility dynamics. So many things, right? So many things are happening in the market, in the industry, right? So we cannot say you know everything, right? You always need to be on your toes. You need to constantly learn, unlearn, empathize, collaborate with the teams. So it's very important to know both the dynamics, organization level dynamics as a manager, and also the team level dynamics as a Scrum team. And this is my classic example for a manager. He says, okay, agility is for my teams. So it's not for, okay, I brought in Agile coach or a Scrum Master is there. Okay, you go ahead and do the transformation. So it's not for me, right? So that is a kind of attitude displayed by some of the managers. Or it could be that I've been a product owner or a scrum master, developer, tester for so many years, or I have been a manager for so many years, right? So these are some of the egos that will really impact the overall transformation journey in the organization. So what is the impact? So continuous improvement is missing out. What about the entire empowerment for the teams, Scrum teams or Agile teams, so that they can run as an independent business team, right? So that you can take up as a manager, you can take up the more strategic initiatives, right? Are you a true servant leader if you understand all these dynamics, right? So these are the questions that we have to ask yourself as a manager. So the overall impact because of these egos displayed by the manager level is that, as I mentioned, people may not open up, or simply, sometimes I've also seen people simply get confused because they simply try to follow you, or they can be confused with the role with your Scrum Master and Agile coach also, because there is a manager who is also trying to coach. Especially I've seen this in the events itself. The manager doesn't keep quiet, right? So if he has any, he or she has any clarification, they can always check with the Scrum Master offline. But in the event, if that is they're also trying to get to coach, it's like too many cooks spoil the food, right? I've seen this number of times. So there is a lot of confusion between the team members about who is the real coach, Scrum Master, as Agile coach, as a manager, right? Or you might end up creating hybrid culture. Little bit of Agile culture or traditional role culture is still there, but with the flavor of Agile. So you might contribute to the creating not purely Agile culture, but a hybrid culture, right? So these are some of the impacts because of the managerial egos. And as I mentioned, right, disbelief in Scrum or Agility, Scrum Master, and the entire distrust that might happen with the entire Agile team or Scrum team because of this chaos that you're introducing. You're not really trying to understand where your role as a manager fits. It's all about empowerment, right? So again, this might also result in no further investment in going towards the agility for rest of the team members. Rest of the teams in your engineering organization. So the last one, of course, I have not we need to include Agile coach as well. So sometimes there could be internal change agents like internal change Agile coach, or an external contractor coach are also brought in, because he or she also plays his role. Again, some of the egos that is coming to my observation is that I'm a certified Agile coach. It could be anything, ICP, ACC, SPCA, whatever it is. I don't need a mentor. Even as an Agile coach, he or she might think, okay, I know everything, right? I know Agile in and out. So again, that is another headweight, right? I know again, the Agile coach also might think I am also up to date on all the organization dynamic, team dynamics. I've been a Scrum Master, product owner, or a manager or above for so many years. I've been a coach for so many years. So what? Right? So again, it's all about commanding respect, not demanding respect. So if you know Agile in and out, have you reached Nirvana state? Right? So the moment you get engaged with any teams, are you able to create that impact? Well, within a few months itself, have you? Because if you're claiming yourself as an Agile expert, have you really reached a Nirvana state is what we have to question, right? And empowerment of, if you know all the organization dynamics, team dynamics, have you really empowered your Scrum Masters? So that your in your absence, Scrum Master should be able to build that required agility in the teams, right? So these are some of the questions that we really need to ask ourselves. And I've been a coach for so many years or months, right? Is the real shift in you happened as a coaching mindset? Do you really understand when to act like a teacher, mentor, coach, or a consultant or an advisor? Do we really differentiate these things? Because it purely depends on the context. A team will always go through so much of changes, right? If you look at Tuckman's team stages of development, they go through forming stage, the storming, norming, and high performance stage. Team is always going through different phases of maturity, correct? So we really need to fine tune our coaching style to fit their needs, right? And just because I'm an expert in one of the framework like Scrum Master or a Kanban, right? You cannot restrict yourself right? Because we need to explore what is really working in other, like your engineering practices or Kanban process improvements or reduce waste, things like that. We can explore a lot of other frameworks or create a custom framework which is really working for you, right? So those are some of the things that we really need to think about it. So the impact is people may not open up, as I mentioned. Most of them are, as I mentioned, right? Or people might have gets confused with your role as a coach, with the scrum master and the manager as well, and you'll see very less benefits or systemic impediments remain. As an agile coach, you're supposed to be a system thinker. Ensure that you bring all the issues on the surface, and you may not solve it everything, but work with the leaders and change agents to ensure that do a problem solving to ensure that the systemic impediments, organizational impediments are removed. If these things are not really acted, all these systemic impediments will still continue to be there, and overall transformation journey might take a bigger toll on everyone, including yourself, because your contact might also get closed, or people might not don't want to continue with you as a coach, right? So these are some of the impacts or these consequences the agile coach's ego brings on the table. So just a quick question. Most of my slides, there was one common phrase in the previous slides. Can anyone take a guess, sir? Literally, there was one common phrase was there in the previous slides.
Anyone from the audience want to answer that?
Yeah.
Can raise their hand.
Yeah, someone has raised it. Yeah, please give it a try. Can you unmute him, Gaurav? Can you please unmute
Yeah.
him?
P. Ranjan. Right.
Hi.
Yeah, hello,
Hi.
Priyanka Ranjan.
Yeah, Priyanka Ranjan.
Ranjan here, Priya Ranjan here. Most of the common stops whether it's a Scrum Master, whether it's a PO or Agile coach, so that's fine that they are part of done the certification and all, but down the line, how that in every company the perspective of working, the culture is being different. So that's what. Even if a person is more certificate has done also, the culture is being different. So while somebody is going to that one, and the way you have explained, it's better because the ego comes into picture where I'm a certified coach, so I'm a certified scrum masters, and though he knows everything, he doesn't have to show that to ego that I know everything, and some of the persons, even the coach, doesn't want to listen at all to their candidates or to their team members. They think that they know everything and they will going to coach in that way itself. But going to a different organization, if they will going to gel with the persons, how the things are being properly not going, why the reason.
Ranjan, sorry, in the interest of time, we'll come back to Q&A in the last 10 minutes. So my question was, what is that common ego phrase that you guys saw it in the previous slides?
That means like I know everything and the certified. Yeah. That's what the main two agenda.
Yeah. Anything else? Okay. So in the interest of time, let's go ahead, and then we'll take up in the last 10 minutes. We'll also discuss. So if you look at all the slides, it is like this is the one. Of course, apart from certification, this is the one, right? I don't need a mentor or a coach. I know my stuff. That was the common phrase, irrespective of the roles, right? So that was the common one. So let's look at this video, which is just 2 minutes. Why everyone needs a coach. Can you hear the audio, Gaurav?
No audio. Can you run it again?
How do professionals?
Now you can hear you?
Yes.
Yeah.
You need to play it again.
How do professionals get better at what they do? How do they get great? And there are two views about this. One is the traditional view. That is that you go to school, you study, you practice, you learn, you graduate. And then you go out into the world and you make your way on your own. That's how doctors learn. That's how lawyers do, scientists. Now, the contrasting view comes out of sports. And they say, you are never done. Everybody needs a coach. The greatest in the world needs a coach. So I tried to think about this as a surgeon. Pay someone to come into my operating room, observe me, and critique me. It seems absurd. Expertise means not needing to be coached. So then which view is right? Turns out there are numerous problems in making it on your own. You don't recognize the issues that are standing in your way, or if you do, you don't necessarily know how to fix them. And the result is that somewhere along the way, you stop improving. And I thought about that, and I realized that was exactly what had happened to me as a surgeon. So I asked a former professor of mine who had retired, his name is Bob Osteen, and he agreed to come to my operating room and observe me. The case, I remember that first case, it went beautifully. I didn't think there would be anything much he'd have to say when we were done. Instead, he had a whole page of dense with notes. Just small things, he said. Did you notice that the light had swung out of the wound during the case? Another thing I noticed, he said, your elbow goes up in the air every once in a while. That means you're not in full control. It was a whole nother level of awareness. He was describing what great coaches do. And what they do is they are your external eyes and ears, providing a more accurate picture of your reality. They're recognizing the fundamentals. They're breaking your actions down and then helping you build them back up again. After 2 months of coaching, I felt myself getting better again. And after a year, I saw my complications drop down even further. It was painful. I didn't like being observed. And at times I didn't want to have to work on things. I also felt there were periods where I would get worse before I got better. But it made me realize that the coaches were onto something profoundly important. I think it's not just how good you are now, I think it's how good you're gonna be that really matters.
So that was the reason why everyone needs a coach, guys, right? Including the coach himself, right? So now let's get into the last part. What are the remedies? Some of my remedies, what I for all the problems that I stated. Here are my thoughts. Again, these are not the only solutions, but these are some of my thoughts to wrap it up. Scrum Master remedies. So it's very important that the Scrum Masters, we need to start developing these effective Scrum Master traits. Become more passionate about agile ways of working in Scrum, because that's why it's called Scrum Mastery, right? Become more creative, right? Authentic. Be yourself originally, but at the same time understand the organization context and adapt yourself to become a better Scrum Master. Adaptive, influential. You should be able to not just teach as a coach, right? You should be able to influence as well. You should be courageous. This is where Scrum values, courage, openness, focus, commitment, respect, right? All those things will come into picture. Live by agile values and Scrum values. And outgoing, you need to be build that rapport with your other team members, everyone, product owner, everyone, right? Interpersonal skills. Accountable and responsible to ensure that Scrum is understood the right way and it is being used that that gets the best business outcomes, right? So Scrum talks about inspect and adapt, right? It's purely built on empiricism. It's very important to understand this. And as a Scrum Master, you need to build that interpersonal skills without authority. You you will not have any kind of people responsibility, right? You need to stay humble, empathetic, listener, observer, and a true leader, servant leader. Again, this is a big topic. We cannot cover this in one session. So at the same time, solve problems and collaboration through collaboration and facilitation. You should be, as a Scrum Master, should be both dispensable and wanted. Whenever there is an impediments that our teams is facing, they are stuck, right? You are definitely needed. Wherever you think teams are becoming more and more self-organized, then you should be able to dispense yourself. That is where team can become more high performance self-organized teams. And you need to be a constant learner. You need to be communicative. right? Irrespective of the team or organization, right? I think this is it's very important that we have to start afresh with any team or organization, right? So again, the last year when you look at Kohli, right? You have to start your game, and he hit a very incredible six to Harris Rauf in the India versus Pakistan match. It was an incredible shot, right? But I cannot leave with complacency. Similarly, if you look at the Kantara, the movie, the last year, the one which came in the year end last year, right? Rishabh Shetty and all, it created a lot of buzzwords. But they will always need to get up their games for the next one, right? So you cannot really bank on your previous success. You still have to come up with your creative ways, right? That is where you have to start afresh, even as if you're an experienced Scrum Master. So some tips on the product owner aspects or remedies to address their egos. And these are some of the skills that the product owner need to start developing it. Get that, ensure that relevant business experience is there. Product owner is understand the agile ways of working, incremental and iterative delivery by closely working with the Scrum Master or the coach to understand the agile ways of working, and ensure that overall product backlog management is accountable. He or she is accountable, and he prioritizes everything to ensure that what business needs, right? That business benefit mindset priorities are taken care by the product owner. And so the product owner should also act like an entrepreneur, right? And good at becoming very good at overall stakeholder management and all those things. He or needs to be a decisive visionary, right? Collaborate with the engineering teams. So these are some of the traits.
Krishna sir, Sharath here, quick time check. I think we are running over time.
Yeah.
Maybe we can allow for quick 5 minutes Q&A.
Yeah. So another 2 more slides, Sharath. So I'm done. Yeah. So coming to the team member remedies. So we need to develop 2 team member player traits. So basically to ensure that, I mean, the increments at each and every 2 weeks of sprint, right? Something which is really useful to the market or users, that they should be keeping in mind, and understand the overall outcome of every sprint event and actively participate. Understand the quality, right? So it's a quality is not responsible to only quality testers or testers or QA members. Understand as an overall definition of done, right? Move towards developing from I-shaped skill to T-shaped skills, right? So as all of you guys, some of you guys might be knowing, the I-shaped skills is you are good at only one of your skill. It could be development or testing or whatever, and we have to start developing this in moving towards becoming T-shaped skills, wherein you'll continue to focus on your primary skill, and on top of that, you'll also pick up secondary skills like testing or automation, things like that. So these are some of the ways the team members can also address, and these are some of the remedies. So manager and above is again, I think Koti also talked about it. It's very important to understand this table. Whereas typically, if you look at it, right, traditional organizations is mainly everything goes in vertical nature. How an activity is done, the communication is top down. So in agile organization, it always works top down, bottom up, or across, right? The purpose is to make money for the shareholders in the traditional organization, right? Whereas in the horizontal or agile organization, making money is the byproduct. It is about delighting the customers. I think this is what we also saw it in Koti's presentation also, right? It's also about empowering the team members by doing decentralized decision making to team members, right? So these are some of the primary focus. The manager should start moving away from traditional ways of working to agile ways of working. So management will always be there. So that we have to remember, right? We cannot say management as a role will go away. It will always be there in organization. It's all about how do we reorganize ourselves to ensure that we focus on value delivery than focusing on only on utilization. These are the fundamental shifts that we have to bring in place. And the last one is agile coach remedies. As a coach, also we should be continuously striving for continuously improving coach. As I showed you that video, right? It is about continuously improving ourselves as become a better coach, mentor, or a trainer, or a consultant, or advisor, right? So all that we saw it in the previous slides. You need to have imbibe all these qualities of an effective Scrum Master, and how you can become a coach, a product owner, also to become a better product owner. You may not have a SME knowledge, but you should empathize with the product owner or the product manager to ensure that they understand the business dynamics and bring that prioritization negotiation skills on the table, right? So all those things ensure that as a coach, this is where we need to really start commanding the respect, and also bring that growth mindset and system thinking, walking the talk is very much important, and develop the 3E technique is very important. 3E technique is basically empathize, empathize, empathize. That is one of the very important coaching trait, right? Very important. It's not just about agile knowledge. It is about empathizing, connecting with the people, right? Empathize. That is very much important. Unless you do that, you cannot influence your team members and your Scrum teams. So those are my some of my thoughts. So here is my final thoughts. So while all these remedies are listed, keeping this true agile spirit in mind, we also need to respect that what is our overall organization dynamics, culture, and policies in put in place. You have to operate within that. Otherwise, your job might also be at a threat. So these are some of my final thoughts I wanted to share with you guys. And though we talk about in theory an ideal place, 100% transparency, we strive for it, but practically everyone is looking for what is in it for me. So my tip is that strive for predominant transparency. Don't look for 100% transparency. You have to influence and see what is really realistically possible within the given context. Then you can bring that necessary change. Is what I feel. Change is hard. That's a fact. But change is also the one of the constant thing in life, right? So it's all about balancing it out. So we have to really understand the dynamics and play with it. So that is what is my thoughts. So with this I'll.
Thank you, Krishna Kumar.
Right,
Thank you
Gaurav.
for the great session. I would say, I think we are running short of time and we need to take a break, so we don't have time for questions as of now. But we can take the questions and get the answers from the Krishna Kumar. Right. So, Sharath, over to you. You want to share anything before we go for a break?
Yeah, let's go for a quick break, and by 7:15, let's get started with another exciting session from us.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thanks. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I hope everyone is back. In the interest of time, let's start with Ashutosh sir session. Ashutosh sir, hope you can hear us, right?
Ashutosh, you are on mute.
Okay, and let's wait for him for a couple of minutes.
Okay.
Ashutosh sir, please let us know if you are back.
Sorry, Sharath, you are calling me?
No, I was
Ashutosh.
asking Ashutosh sir. Yeah.
Okay.
Next speaker to take it forward. Okay, we'll wait for a couple of minutes before we start.
Hello, Sharath. Yeah, let me know once we are ready. We can start.
Yeah. Hi,
Yeah,
Ashutosh.
Please go ahead, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Hi, Ashutosh. Thanks for joining. Right. So I think we can start with the next session. So welcome, Ashutosh. So Ashutosh is going to talk on agility in and beyond IT. Ashutosh, over to you.
Thanks a lot, Gaurav. And yeah, first of all, kudos to the two S's here. Yeah, Satish, and of course Sharath for the wonderful show you have been doing. So it's an honor to be here. And I hope I'm audible and all of you can see me. Just wanted to ensure.
Yes, Ashutosh. Your voice is clear and you are audible.
Okay,
and
great.
We are able to see you.
Yeah, and I'm just sharing the presentation in a moment. Give me a minute and it should be up and running. 1 minute. Yeah, let me know if you can see my screen, and I'm just sharing my presentation here. Are you all able to see the screen? Okay.
Yes,
I'm not able to,
Ashutosh,
okay,
we can see.
Perfect. Okay. So good evening, good morning, good afternoon, whichever time zone you are in. It's an honor, as I said, to be here and talk about a topic on which I have really not talked about it. And I'll try to make it simple. I will also try to time box this so that participants also don't get bored with me. And we also learn from each other through question and answer. Okay, so that is a commitment to all of you. And the topic is agility in and beyond IT. Now, when this topic came to my mind, right, I was just thinking that, you know what, agility in IT, I think each one of us here knows, right? I mean, how many participants do we have? We have total of 64 participants and 5 panelists.
Yes.
And I'm sure each one of us would be having a knowledge about agility in IT, right? So I'll try to keep less focus on that. And I'll try to keep more focus on agility beyond IT, right? How and what exactly is the meaning of this term, agility beyond IT, right? So first few slides, you will see me contrasting, okay? You will find me contrasting between what agile practices are. And I think we will not spend much time on that because I think things are pretty much clear to all of us. And I will try to contrast it with something totally from an unrelated world, right? Which is not even related to IT as such, or rather it was deemed that it is not related to IT, but today we see a lot of IT transformations happening in that. About me, Ashutosh Bhattodekar here. I come from the city, the cultural capital of Maharashtra, Pune. So you'll also find a couple of examples from Pune. And if you have visited Pune, you will know those examples. If you have not visited Pune so far, it will be a motivation for you to go to those places and try out those things. Okay, so that's definitely I can guarantee you. And let us start by understanding what, according to us, is agile. And I think I'm pretty sure that when we talk about agile, okay, this is what comes to our mind, right? This is essentially what comes to our mind, that we talk about some frameworks like SAFe, DSDM, Kanban, Lean, and I've tried to use a Swiss knife to demonstrate it, just to showcase that this is where we start fighting with each other. And one very beautiful thing Dr. Koti said, right? Let's not worry about frameworks, right? I mean, there are thousands of scaling frameworks which are there. we can figure it out which framework to use as per our need, right? Is this really agile? I mean, I have my own doubts, right? When I think about it, is this really agile, knowing safe, knowing less, or for that matter, Kanban, extreme programming? I don't think this is agile. This is exactly what it is depicted. These are just frameworks. These are just different things needed for a different purpose. For example, if I were to cut a fruit, I cannot use the scrum what is mentioned there, right? Can I use a scissor to cut an apple? No, I will need a knife for that. Maybe lean is what I would need. If I want to basically remove seeds, probably I will use that scissor to remove seeds or de-seed of the fruit, right? If I want to basically cut a watermelon, I probably will need a sharper knife like a Kanban, right? So these are nothing but frameworks at the end of the day. Agile is much more beyond this, okay? Unfortunately, we tend to equate frameworks with Agile. So what is Agile as per me? Okay, again, these are views are entirely mine. They're purely personal views based on my experience and little knowledge which I have gained over the years. So Agile to me is something like what this picture depicts, right? A footballer trying to basically do a reverse kick and score a goal, right? It is basically all about how quickly you anticipate potential issues and avoid or mitigate them as and when needed. That to me is a real world of Agile, okay? Second is analyze, sense, and comprehend unexpected situations as they unfold. Right, that is to me an Agile, right? You don't have to have those I mean, definitely those knives, scissors, and those bottle openers are needed, but the very essence of agility is this, what I'm trying to tell here on the right hand side. Okay, Agile to me is how quickly can I respond, or how quickly my team responds to unplanned changes, something which is totally unpredictable, something which was never assumed that it will come, right? But it has come now, right? How do I respond to it? Right. And last but definitely not the least, Agile to me is initiate game-changing ideas well ahead, even before your competition can think about it. If you look at these four statements on the right hand side, I won't call it as principles, I won't call it as values, I don't want to confuse you. Let's make it four simple statements. If you look at any industry which has survived over the years, okay, there are a lot of companies who have survived for more than 100 years. They all have these four things in common. There are a lot of companies which have not survived, and some very well known. The Kodaks of the world, Kodak is officially a bankrupt, right? One of this would have created a problem for them, or for that matter, Nokia's, right? When the BlackBerry, for example, one of these things would have definitely created a problem for them, without which, because of which, sorry, they would not have survived this, right? So this to me is an Agile way of working, or what Agile is all about, right? Now let us also further understand this as we go along. What are the attributes of an Agile team? We all, and I'm pretty sure if I do a poll or a survey, the first thing which will come is Agile is it's about cross-functional team. It's about self-organizing team, right? It's about servant leadership, right? It's about impediment remover, right? The Scrum Master, rather not even the Scrum Master, the entire team has to be impediment remover. But do we really do this in our world, right? That is the big question. Or have these just become a kind of a vocabulary words which are thrown in any of the trainings, in any of the conferences, in any of the events like this? I think that is a food for thought for all of us to think about it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play a very small video, okay, which talks about these four attributes, okay, and let us learn from that video. Okay, let us learn from this video. I'm sure you would have watched this video. It's a video which has a commentary. It has a background song in Hindi. So even if you don't understand Hindi, that's okay, but you will understand the underlying message of this video. So I'm trying to play this video. Kindly let me know if you can hear the sound. Can you hear the sound?
Yeah, Ashutosh, we can hear.
सर आपके लिए उस पार कार का इंतजाम किया है सर आइए सर चल चल
चलो तो हिंदुस्तान चले, तुम चलो तो हिंदुस्तान चले, तुम चलो तो हिंदुस्तान चले। रखो और चलो पकड़ के चलो, फलक पकड़ के उठो और हवा पकड़ के चलो, फलक पकड़ के उठो और हवा पकड़ के चलो। तुम चलो तो हिंदुस्तान चले, 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 हिंदुस्तान चले, चलो।
Okay, so yeah, who is the Scrum Master in this video? Can anyone tell me? Who is playing the role of a Scrum Master in this video? I think that is what we have to think here, right? We all talk about self-organized, cross-functional servant leadership team, right? That child, yes, perfect. That child is the impediment remover. So when I teach Agile in class, I don't talk about the 4 values and 12 principles. I first show this video, and I then tell how this video maps to each and every sentence which is written in the Agile manifesto, right? We are uncovering better ways of doing it, right? By helping others do it. Through this term, we have come to realize value. If you look at the video, there was individuals and interactions over processes and tools. There was a working product over comprehensive documentation. Rather than waiting for someone to come and lift the tree, here was a child who was going there and trying to remove the tree, right? The child knew that he alone would not be able to do it, but he still did it. Why? I think someone asked that question in earlier session of Dr. Koti, right? How do I make a change if my leadership is not listening? Here, no one was listening, right? The child was alone there, right? The political leader went away. There were few people cribbing in the auto rickshaw that they hate this country. There are some people who are saying, "Aisa hi chalta hai," right? That is what they were saying, right? But this child had the guts to say that, no, I'm going to create a working solution out of it, right? Let me see. Even if I fail, that's okay. Even if I fall down, it is okay, right? And then other people came up, right? Customer collaboration over contract negotiation and responding to change over following a plan. This, to my friend, is a real agility, what we call about, right? Nothing to do with, I mean, yes, definitely software world has brought in these terms, but you don't have to say that, okay, only software mein aisa hota hai, right? It is not basically in software. It happens everywhere. You look around yourself, you will find examples of agility almost everywhere around you, right? One very classic example of agility, I don't have a slide on it, but I always talk about it, is the classic anti-hijacking, anti-terror operation which Israeli armed forces did. They actually could actually kill terrorists in an alien country with whom they did not have any diplomatic relations, right? Operation NTB. That's another example of agility, how you apply design thinking in an anti-terror operation. Yeah, so this to me is more important, right? Rather than just talking about, yeah, we are cross-functional, we are self-organized, yeah, we follow servant leadership, or if you want to say true leadership as per the latest Scrum guide, absolutely fine, or you are an impediment remover. So this to me is a true attribute of an agile team, what is there, what we saw in that video, right? Let's see how products have evolved in an agile way, right? I think a product which we all are connected till today, this product might not exist probably after 5 years, but still today it is there. And it was a very revolutionary product when it came, ATMs, right? The way ATMs have evolved, I mean, look at the evolution of an ATM, right? First, I could just withdraw cash. Today, there are some ATMs I can go and I can select the choice of my currency notes. If I'm in India, I want, let's say, only 500 rupee notes or 500 plus 200 rupee notes. There are some ATMs which are doing it, right? There are some ATMs which are providing that functionality. Plus, they have become much more, I would say, functional in a sense that you can deposit cash, you can order a checkbook, you can do an address change, you can even, for that matter, I think someone was telling me that even during vaccination, there was some ATMs where you could actually see the vaccination slots available for COVID-19. So you could see all those transformation of a product, what is happening. Of a real-time product, what we use, right? So that to me is a real agile way of working, right? How it impacts you and me, how it impacts the common man, right? Today, if you see, ATMs are almost going to be extinct. We will be soon in India, at least we know, right? Even a small person, hawker today has got a digital way of accepting payment, right? So the Google Pays and the Bharat Pays and the Paytms of the world. Right? Who would have imagined this so many years back, right? But that's a reality today, right? That you do, even if you forget a wallet at home, you can be assured that you won't be starved of food, you won't be starved of, let's say, water, or for that matter, even travel, right? I travel in Mumbai, I practically don't use my cash at all, right? I use local trains nowadays. By the way, that's the most agile system in the world. Those of you who have been to Mumbai, especially if you be at Dadar station, which is basically where the central and the western lines meet, you should see on the bridge what happens, right? How people can go from central to western and western to central in an agile way. That's the real proof of an agility, what we call it, right? And people from Mumbai will easily resonate this example, what I'm giving. For rest of you, do visit Mumbai, Dadar station. At this point of time on a Friday evening, it will be the most agile place what you can see. Okay, moving ahead. How do we build products which our customers love, right? And we hear all such terms like product increment, right? We use it very casually: increment, innovation, feature driven development, that we have to develop features for our customer. The best example for this, friend, has been a company which has been in our country for 75 years. Recently, it celebrated its 75th birthday. By the way, this is the first startup in India. Any guesses for this company? The first startup in India. Okay, you won't believe there is no single owner for this company. It is the first startup what is there in India. It is Amul, basically. This is officially recognized as the first startup, and the kind of innovation they have brought in. Just look at their product range. They started in 60s with probably only milk as their main product and ingredient. And today they have diversified it. You name it, they have a mozzarella cheese, they have a pizza cheese, they have a plain cheese, they have a cheese spread, you name it, they have a variety in each of the product, right? Condensed milk, they have basically flavored milk, okay? Then you have buttermilk, lassi, you name it, and they have an innovative product in shelf, right? Whether it's from Mishti Dahi on the eastern part of this country or to Srikhanda on the left, on the extreme western side of this country, they have a sweet which actually tastes exactly the same as you would prepare at home, right? So this is a company which has been into product, or product, I would say, innovation. So all these things what you see, it applies to this organization. And as I said, you have to always build products which customers love, which customers are happy, and which customers love about it, right? Another interesting example of Amul, and of course they launch a lot of products. Another interesting example of Amul is they have strong processes for built-in quality. We use this term, right, that our code has to be a built-in quality, which means that, you know what, if I release this code in production today, it will not burst, right? It will not puncture. But how many times have we heard our team members saying that, can I have separate story points for development and testing? How many times we have heard this story that, can I do development in sprint number 1 and can I do testing in sprint number 2, right? I'm sure as agile coaches, as leaders, we have heard these comments multiple times, right? Yet we have an organization which actually builds in quality. Amul butter, whether you buy it in Nagaland in India, whether you buy it in Chennai, whether you buy it in Pune, or your next grocery store in Dadar, it will have the same weight, it will have the same packaging, it will have the same wrapping inside it. And the rest make it assure that it is properly refrigerated when it enters into a store. So they have stringent quality checks, they have matrix and measures. I mean, you should watch this video on YouTube where they talk about the stringent matrix and measures, the practices which they use, and how they make everything transparent. Even if there is 1% deficiency, they reject the entire milk sample. Okay, that entire milk sample is rejected for not meeting the quality standards, right? So that's the innovation tech system where they have invented into, right? So they have everything digitized. It's not just for namesake, they're saying a digital transformation. They, in a real sense, have been implementing digital transformation over the years, right? And it's a continuous journey. We talk about continuous improvement. We talk about continuous learning. But this is one company which has implemented continuous improvement, continuous learning throughout its 75 years of existence, right? And it continues to go strong. That's why that brand has stood out, right? They, in fact, don't even need to advertise. If you look at their advertisement, it's about that character, what comes in, right? And they talk about the recent events which have happened either in world or in our country, right? I mean, the utterly butterly delicious girl, right? They rarely advertise about Amul product. If you look at their advertising budget, most of their budget goes in those hoardings of that utterly butterly girl, right? That is how they market and they earn money, right? That's an innovative way of marketing which they have got into, right? So that, to me, we talk about business agility, right? And Eric also talked about it, that their entire organization has to be agile. It's not just one IT piece which has to be agile. So Amul is an example where the entire ecosystem, right from the point point it reaches the factory, till that it's quality checked, quality tested, brought into production, and finally the products come out. There are stringent quality checks, there are digitizations in place, which actually enables them to bring about a good quality product to you and me. Okay, so that's about built-in quality, right? It's not just about creating a CI/CD pipeline. There is more to it, right? At the end of the day, is my product lovable? Are people liking my product, or are they hating my product? That's what is built-in quality. What is it all about? Let's move ahead. What is CI/CD pipeline? And I'll show you a video as to what a CI/CD pipeline should not be, right? And yes, we all know this term: continuous integration, continuous deployment, release to product deployment, and then release to production, right? The continuous delivery pipeline, what one of the very famous frameworks talks about, right? Continuous exploration, continuous integration, deployment, and release on demand, right? That is that entire value chain, what it talks about. And then we very loosely use these words, right? But what are these? What exactly are these? Are we really giving a feedback to our deployment team? Are we really giving a feedback to our development team? Is DevOps really DevOps in our organization? Or are they two different siloed teams, right? They're two different siloed teams. And we still probably continue to operate in the old style, just claiming that we are DevOps. Now, let me show you a very interesting video about a very old video. Okay, it's from a very old TV serial. That time, even though none of these OTT platforms were there. But this is a very interesting video which I'm going to show you from a very famous comedy series. And I'll talk about this comedy series a little later. But it talks about, to a certain extent, how we should not be doing flow-based, right? In Kanban, we talk about flow-based matrix, right? Or flowing value. But how exactly value should not be delivered is what this video talks about. Okay, so let's watch this video quickly and then discuss it. Yeah.
All right, girls. Now, this is your last chance. If it gets past you and into the packing room unwrapped, you're fired.
Yes, ma'am.
Let her roll!
Oh, this is easier. Yeah, we can handle this, okay? Listen, Ethel, I think this... I think we're fighting a losing game. Here she comes.
Fine, you're doing splendidly. Speed it up a little!
Believe me, friends, I have seen worse CI/CD pipeline than what you saw in the video. I don't know if anyone has seen such a horrific CI/CD pipeline, but I, in my experience, have seen it where just for the namesake, we have this CI/CD pipeline. Unnecessarily, there's a pressure to push something to the teams, right? To the client, right? When it is not needed at all, right? We unnecessarily try to push things when it is not needed at all. I have seen that. I mean, believe me, don't build a CI/CD pipeline like this, right? Don't build your Kanban system like this. It is all faking the matrix, right? And as I said, right, can't name the client, but it was worse than this, what you saw, right? I mean, unnecessarily you're trying to, and then it gives a wrong message to the management, right? They think that you're working at a very fast pace and they double up the speed, as you saw in the video. Anyone remembers this serial, by the way? It was one of the very famous, basically what we call it as the series in our childhood, Lucy. I Love Lucy. That's an American sitcom which used to come on Doordarshan. If you remember, if you're kids, this is one which used to come on the Doordarshan, right? So I Love Lucy is the name of the series. So do watch this video. I'm sure we all would love this video. Okay, visualize the flow. Right? We all talk about Kanban, we all talk about value stream mapping, we all talk about flow efficiency, right? These are the terms which come to our mind, right? That we should visualize the flow, lean, right? Waste reduction. But I think this is not something which started with only the Agile Manifesto. What I want to tell here is, much before even IT was there, right? Much before even software came into this world, this was being followed. And this is one of the classic old pictures of a Kanban board with its original creator, Tahichi Ono. This is a real Kanban board of a Toyota factory. And we all even struggle to create a basic Kanban board in Jira or Trello, right? Imagine this person creating a physical Kanban board with a physical set of cards which are there, right? So this is the actual photograph of a Kanban board, what Tahichi Ono talked about it and how we measured the flow. On the side, that picture is not here. He actually used to plot a CFD, a cumulative flow diagram, using a pen and a pencil, right? That is how we used to plot, right? How many tickets are in to do, how many tickets are in, let's say, in production, how many tickets are been released. So basically, that's what he used to do as a part of the visualizing the flow, what is there. So it's not something which we invented, or it's not something which is there only because of Agile. This is something which has been existing from ages, right? In fact, even when the Industrial Revolution started, they did have something like a Kanban kind of a thing which is there. Incidentally, even before Toyota, there was another company which pioneered Kanban board. It was Toyota, the earlier avatar of Toyota. Does anyone know what was the original business of Toyota? It was not cars, by the way. It was not cars, just to let you know. They had a failed business earlier. They recovered from that failed business and came into Toyota. The company name was Toyota, D for Delhi. And it was actually a garment, it was a garment company. It was basically a garment company which was there, okay, where they actually implemented Kanban. And then that was basically that knowledge transfer happened when the Toyota came into manufacturing world. Okay, now coming to a very interesting example of a digital transformation story. We all talk about cloud infrastructure, CI/CD pipeline, as I said, automation, DevOps. We all talk about it, right? And now I'm going to give an example from Pune. Anyone from Pune will easily resonate with this example. Do you know these products from Pune, by the way? Some of them are very world famous, by the way, especially the one on the left-hand side, Bakarwadi. It's one of the very famous products which is there in Pune. The company which basically manufactures these sweets, okay, Chitale Dairy. Okay, so if you see Chitale Dairy, they have completely transformed their entire landscape. Okay, and in fact, you will feel that you are entering into a technology company. Okay, so they have a cloud infrastructure in place. They have basically entire set of things which is automated again, right? They actually manufacture laddus using a plant. Okay, there's a machinery for making laddus. No hand touches involved. Okay. What people are doing are just observing. In case there's a problem in any of the machinery, they are there to operate the machinery. They are not there to operate the sweets. Okay, so whether it is Kaju Katli, whether it is Gulab Jamun, whether it is Bakarwadi, by the way, they produce 1,000 kgs of Bakarwadi. Okay, 1,000 kgs of Bakarwadi almost on a daily basis is what I think that's the matrix which I have, right? That is what they have it. Even when you enter their store in Pune, they'll first give you a digital card. Whatever you buy, it will be recorded on that digital card. And when you come out, you just have to tap it on the machine and it will show you how much is the money and you can pay it, right? So it's all automated. Their entire supply chain has been automated, right? From the point in time, the raw material enters into the factory till the time the mithai or the sweet is ready and packaging and sent across all over the India and across the world. In fact, these products are now available across the world, by the way. So this is basically using technologies like Kubernetes clusters, containerized applications. This is what a Chitale plant is doing, right? Near Pune. Do visit it if you get an opportunity, right? And this was something which came in last December in one of the articles where they talk about how they have done an entire robust CI/CD pipeline. How much do we crib as Agilists, right? Oh, it cannot be done. it is not possible, right? I mean, we need this, we need that, right? But here is a, I mean, many times I wonder whether this is really a sweet manufacturing company or whether it's a digital company, right? The world has completely changed, right? I mean, digitization is something which is now a kind of a base thing what is needed in any organization. No organization can survive without digitization in today's world. And I think the examples which I'm giving you are the ones which are basically talking about those elements around it. Okay, fine. Let's move ahead. Okay, let us move ahead and let us further try to understand this as we go along. IKEA, I think they have opened stores across major cities in India. They came out with something very interesting. You can actually visualize the furniture in your room. They have an app which basically visualizes the furniture in your room, and they are using augmented reality to basically tell you, okay, if you like the design, you can lock it. You can lock it and they will assemble the parts for you, and you can get it from the IKEA store, right? So you can virtually, you don't even need an interior designer. I don't know how many jobs are going to go, right? Forget ChatGPT, friends. Jobs like architects and interior designers will go if this happens tomorrow. Right? What will an architect or an interior designer do in this case, right? I mean, if IKEA is giving you this, that you can design your room on your own, all you need is to just upload the plan of your room, and it will suggest some ideas. It will suggest some color combinations. You tell the theme. It will also, it has got something called as an intelligent kitchen, right? Basically how the lighting should be, where exactly the gas stove should be. And you never know. From an Indian point of view, they might integrate even with the Vastu Shastra, right? And they might say that it's IKEA with Vastu Shastra. We are trying to give you an idea around it, right? So astrologers might go out of, or Vastu Shastra experts might go out of business, right? I mean, these are examples where we struggle in our day-to-day life, but they are implementing it, right? I mean, these product companies are implementing these examples where many times we struggle with our clients, we struggle with our customers, right? That is what we see, right? Another interesting example, Nike, right? It actually can create a customized shoe for you. Okay, that's a reality today, right? And no longer ask for an 8-number shoe or a 9-number shoe, right? There are 13 data points on which it will configure and create a model for you. Okay, and it's basically again related to AI, right? It's again related to artificial intelligence. It's again related to basically your dimensions, what you give, and they will actually create a shoe for you. They'll customize the shoe, and that shoe will be delivered to you. I mean, so imagine where we are going, right? What kind of world we are going into, right? So let's not be stuck with only the agile world or the agile A word, as I call it popularly. Okay, there's also another quote which I will talk about it later as we go along. But let's try to understand that this, what was basically a niche skill, maybe a 4 or 5 years back, it is no longer a niche skill. Believe me, friends, agile coaches, the role itself is going to change over a period of time. You are supposed to bring in that product thinking mindset. You are supposed to bring in that creativity. You need to have that technology piece with you. You need to understand what is happening around the world with you. And obviously, you need to scale up beyond just being an agile coaching role, right? I mean, they would expect you to basically be more like an, I would say, more like a senior kind of a leader who will advise the business, who will make sure that the business actually eliminates or basically reduces the competition on their product. That's the role where I'm seeing where agile coaches are headed to, right? And those of you who go there will obviously survive. And not only survive but thrive, but others will basically will have to reinvent themselves, is what I would say. We all know this picture. The world which we live in is an we call it as the fourth revolution of industrial revolution, right? This is what is called as the fourth industrial revolution, the world where we live in, right? Where we have cyber physical system, right? Everything is open and transparent, nothing is hidden, right? I mean, Google knows what I have done today, right? Where I have been, right? Which city I am talking from right now. Google can easily find out, right? I mean, for that matter, anyone can find out where am I today, right? Gone are the days where industry was only about mechanization, electrification, and automation. It's about cyber physical system. So even from a security perspective, this is a little concern what we have to devise, right? I mean, our systems have to be secured enough so that there are no those information leaks which are there, right? And obviously, Internet of Things. I think this is something which is going to basically be the norm of the future. So interestingly, I think you have heard about Management 3.0. That's in the framework M 3.0, Industry 4.0. There's something beyond this, by the way, which probably is a food for thought for my next topic. there's something called as Society 5.0, how people have evolved in this COVID pandemic, right? What has transformed in people, right? Believe me, a lot of changes have happened in this COVID-19, the way people interact with each other, the way people talk with each other. So it's not just about self-organizing. What you need to also understand is human dynamics when you're going to work in an industry 4.0 environment. So that's the, I would say, an apt hierarchy. I would say management 3.0, industry 4.0, and society 5.0. I mean, these three entities are coming together to basically build the products which are there, some of which I talked about it, some of which I mentioned in the few of the previous slides which are there. That's what I wanted to talk about. In the end, what I will probably say is there is only one thing which matters. Okay, one thing which is very, very fundamental, which is obviously the heart of any system, right? Just like a human body cannot live without a heart, I would say that digital transformation cannot live without a heart. There's only one boss what we have to look forward to, and that one boss is your customer. Okay, there are no other bosses. Okay, the person who is doing your appraisal is not your boss. Okay, there's only one boss, which is the customer, and believe me, he or she can fire anybody in a company, right from the CEO to the shop floor person, by spending his or her money somewhere else. This quote comes from Sam Walton, who actually founded the Walmart store, right? In one of the world's leading largest retailer, what is there. So customer centricity is the heart of the business, right? Whether it is industry 4.0, whether it is society 5.0 or management 3.0, organizations which empathize with their customers, organizations which empathize with the pain points of the customer, all the previous examples what I gave, they are all customer-centric organizations. They are constantly, I mean, I was reading an interview of the Chitale Group's owner. He says he still tastes the bakarwadi which comes out of his factory, just to make sure that the quality, even if the quality is a suspect, they will remove that lot out, right? So that's the kind of integrity, that's the kind of centricity we bring about when we say customer centricity should be focused to reach Agile beyond IT, right? Agile in IT, I would say it's a very, very small world. Unfortunately, that small world has become the big world in our world, but that's not the case. The whole intent about this talk was to tell you that there exists Agile beyond IT, and we have to quickly think about it, right? Who knows? You might be a coach for one of these organizations where they will hire you. Incidentally, there have been coaches, many of these, not these organizations per se, but many such organizations have been hiring Agile coaches for their transformation journey. I will end my discussion with this quote. Let us not make the Agile the A word of our industry, right? That is my quote, by the way. It's my quote. My name is Ashutosh Bhattodekar. I am having around 25 years of experience in helping organizations move into an Agile way of working. Feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn. That's my QR code of LinkedIn. I also have my own YouTube channel where I have now almost 130 plus videos to help you grow and excel as an Agile leader. So I would request you to subscribe to that channel. We keep on uploading videos on that at regular intervals. And if you're looking for any interview help or a preparation, I'm available here. I do help candidates for their interview preparation journey, whether it's related to coaching, transformation, or any of those roles what you're aspiring for. So do reach out to me. We'll be more than happy to be coaching you on this journey. That's it from my side. I hope I have kept the discipline of time, but if you have still time, we can take a few questions.
We have time. Thanks, Ashutosh. Great session, I would say. We are open for the questions. So if you can raise your hand, we will allow you to answer.
Yeah, sure.
You can raise your hand, guys. Anyone having any question? Okay. Ankit, you can ask your question now. You can unmute.
Sir, first of all, thanks for this wonderful session. I have a query. If you are working on the service-based company, okay, and you are getting a project from the product-based company, and all the frameworks and everything is set up by the customer. Okay, and after that, if you found the framework is not supporting to deliver the values. Okay, and as a Agile coach, yes, we can go for the discussion and understand the problems and all the things. We convince the our internal management also, and they also accepting that one. Yes, it's a problem, but the challenge is like, if we are going to raise this concern to the customer, so maybe like, it's a mindset to lose the business.
Okay, so the first question would be that rather than waiting it at the end, right? I think you have to do that due diligence much more earlier.
Yeah,
okay.
and that and just a second, sir. That's the challenge. Like, it's not something like, we are entering at the initial phase. Maybe we are entering in the middle of the phase.
Fair enough. I got your point. Yeah, and practically it happens. You enter at the middle phase. You might be taking a transition from another of a service-based company who have transitioned it, or they are not happy with that. See, here the data speaks. I always believe, rather than words, data speaks. You will have to go with them with a clear-cut understanding and clear-cut reporting as to what problems you are facing. What this framework is, and again, don't go only with negatives. I always say, also tell them what's working, but also tell them what is not working. And it's a simple balance sheet, right? If what is not working is greater than what is working, then you have a business case for changing it, right? I mean, you have to basically convince the client, right? And again, I follow what is called as a rinse and repeat, right? First time they will not hear, second time they will not hear, but over a period of time, you have to bombard them constantly and go ahead. But yes, to do that, you need your leadership support also. If your leadership is not supporting, then it will be a failed argument what you will go ahead with it, right? So first take a buy-in from your leadership, prepare a detailed case around it. As I said, what's working, what's not working, that balance sheet should clearly show that what's not working is on the higher side, and that's what is a compelling case for us to change. It need not be only for framework, by the way. It can be even the point out to the organization structure. It can also point out to the way they are making decisions today, right? So that is what we have to take into account.
Agreed. And the reason behind that, because this situation I personally faced. Okay, and as you mentioned, like, to show the balance sheet. Okay, and that's the thing I did it. Okay, I shown the clear-cut data, like, if you are using this framework, okay, we are not delivering the values, but if we are moving to the other framework, we are having the values in the percentage. And on that basis, they agreed. But at the end, like, the organizational structure also, like, they agreed. But the problem is, when we are dealing product-based company to service-based company, or service-based company to product-based company, there are a lot of other departments involved there. When they are having, their management level discussions. So at that level, we are failing each and every time. So how to manage to convince to the topmost layer of the management?
So there you'll have to take your leadership into confidence, and they have to make that communication. I also use another technique. We all say that coach is a mirror, right? And there's an interesting thing which I'm working on this right now. So I won't be able to share much on this because this is a topic which I'm keeping it under wraps. But we always say that coach is a mirror, right? You have to show that mirror. I always say that it is not just a plain mirror what you have to use, right? Plain mirror is something what you have in our houses, right? In our dressing table. So when I'm getting ready, I look at it and see how I'm looking. Many times you also need a concave and a convex mirror. I think these are the mirrors we use. A convex mirror is in our car. You know the purpose of it. A concave mirror is what our dentist uses, right? To see what's the depth of the cavity. So many times you have to use those mirrors and techniques associated with those mirrors, a concave and a convex mirror, to see the bigger pictures, to see what is being exposed there, right? And then you have to highlight that. So you'll have to turn the mirrors, as I call it, right? You don't have to always keep a plain mirror with you. Use also concave and a convex mirror. As I said, I won't be able to share much on it. Well, there's something which I'm preparing on it. You will soon hear a talk on me on this topic from me on one of the forums. But yeah, definitely you have to use different techniques to basically pull it. There's also something called as octopus technique, right? You have to basically spread out the tentacles in your client organization and try to pull it through all the 8 hands of an octopus. So, I mean, there are multiple such techniques which probably will take a lot of time to explain, but there are ways of doing it. Again, it's not an easy thing. I agree with you. It's not something which can be done in a 15 days, 20 days. You also have to establish your credentials as a change leader there. Okay. Others, they'll say that, who are you, right? Who are you to tell us? So there are a lot of nuances, lot of shades when you say that yes, you can do it, but with certain terms and conditions. It also comes with its own set of baggage, I would say. And I think there's a suggestion from Pawan. Yeah, John Cotter's 8-step model. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, I mean, I did not want to talk about any framework, but the one of the frameworks is based on this model. So yeah, that is a good book to go ahead with, and that talks about how to negotiate a change in the leadership. So as they say, right, first change the person, then only you can under mindset, right? That is the big piece of the cake what you have to attack.
Thanks, Ashutosh. I hope Ankit, you got your answer. Right, we can have one more question. Right, so Radhakrishnan, you can unmute and ask.
Thanks, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, I can hear you.
I attended a few sessions on Agile coaching, and they talk. See, when we talk about Agile mindset, right? So we hear a lot of talks about intrinsic motivation. How to that intrinsic motivation has to be there. So Agile. So my question is Agile mindset only about intrinsic motivation or something beyond that?
No, that is just one part of it. Agile mindset, intrinsic motivation is just one part of it, but having that is not enough. Okay. I mean, you also need the support of the leadership, right? Now, just to give an example without, okay, I think I'll have to name the organization here, but I can do it safely. There are a lot of public sector government funded institutes in India, right? But why is ISRO standing out amongst all of them? Because it's not just intrinsic motivation. Intrinsic motivation is there in all those government funded institutions. There's also a passion, there's also a zeal. I mean, people are self-motivated, right? More than intrinsic motivation, and the leadership knows that whichever political party is in the country, they are giving a free hand to this organization. So they have empowered this organization. So it's not just intrinsic motivation. I might give you intrinsic motivation, right? But I'm going to clip your wings, right? I'm going to put your one hand fix, right? And say that now you work, right? That's not going to happen, right? So it's also the support from leadership what is needed to bring about a world-class organization which creates a world-class products. So both are equally important, I would say.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
I hope Radhakrishnan, you got your answers. Thanks.
Yes.
Thanks, Ashutosh, for the wonderful session. So before we wind up, a token of appreciation to Ashutosh from SS Agile Guru. I'm just sharing my screen. Let me know if you can see. Are you able to see?
Okay, so thanks SS Gurus, thanks SS Agile Gurus, and really once again kudos to both of you. I think I'm not sure how many hours did you sleep last few days, but I mean, organizing an event like this is not an easy task. I know it, right? And I think getting so many people on a Friday evening, that too, I mean, that's the biggest risk you have taken. But I mean, I salute both of you. Really, hats off to both of you. Thanks a lot. And thanks for this wonderful gift. Did not expect this, but I wholeheartedly accept it. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Ashutosh sir. It's all about, we all as a team and all our warriors, volunteers, speakers, panelists, everyone.
Sharath, your voice is breaking. You're breaking in between.
Yeah. So with this, we come to an end of excellent session with Ashutosh sir. We'll be taking a break here for about half an hour, and at exactly 8:30 we'll be coming up with another great session from Ananda sir, who is eagerly waiting. Space in dev productivity. So let's catch up at 8:30 sharp. Thanks everyone. Please be there on the bridge. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Gaurav, please unshare your screen.
Okay, we can take a break now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sharath, I think your background is too bright. So maybe you may have to switch the lights.
Oh, okay. Just give me 1 moment.
Maybe switch the one which is behind and then switch something in the front. If it's possible, I don't know.
This is better.
That's LED, right? So that's where the problem is.
Yeah.
Very hard.
Okay. So see you again, Ananta. Your session at 8:30.
Yeah. Anyways, I've started my dinner. Quickly.
Mm.
Okay, we will back at 8:30. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
I all hope everyone is back. We are displaying one NGO which has been working from Haryana since quite good amount of years. If folks who are interested to donate for that, please go ahead. Take the screenshot of this, you know, uh, whichever is getting displayed on the screen, and please go ahead and donate whatever amount that you can. Gaurav, from your side, you want to appeal anything?
Yeah, so because this NGO is run for the old age, right? So if you want like any amount, you can donate, right? So it's up to you. It's optional, right? Okay. So though we have not charged this anything for this conference, for this summit, I would say, but whatever you think like can be donated for the old age people, right, who are left by their I would say children's on the old age and surviving on the donations, right? If you are above 80 and 90, right, just having the last few years of their life, so whatever you can think, you can donate. Yeah, thanks. Over to you, Sharan.
Yeah, thanks, Gaurav, for that. With this, let's get started with another exciting session from Ananta sir on space in dev productivity. The title itself is, looking very interesting. So handing it over to Ananta sir. Please go ahead.
Thank
Let me pause
thanks.
from my side.
Yep, great. I presume everyone is back, at least people who want to participate in the session. And like other speakers, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever part of the world you're joining in from. So this session is about productivity. In fact, this is one of those areas what is a bit dicey for everyone as well, if you really look at it. Before we get going, now people who have joined back, can you talk about what is productivity in your terms quickly in the chat? You can start, just put it everyone so that everyone can visualize, can get to know what is productivity. Anyone or not anyone, whoever is there, can we get started with output versus input? Okay, that's interesting. Then is minimizing waste, somebody says. What value it gives? Okay, what else? What else? What else? Let me also keep the chat here. Reducing anti-patterns. Output per unit time. Wow. Okay. Resource efficiency. Maximizing output for a given input. Quality of the product. Different flavors. I'm getting, that's pretty interesting. So basically, this is something, yeah, keep flowing in. More than happy to take it as we get into this session. This productivity has been always dicey. The dicey and murky in the way is that there's always this, then how do you improve productivity? Everybody keeps asking this question. Hey, come on, man, people are doing 8 hours. Can we make them more productive in those 8 hours? 5 to 6, 6 to 7, 7 to 8. And one question which looms at large always is, how do you measure it? Can we measure productivity is the question everybody asks. You talk to a program manager, you talk to a delivery head. Yeah, that's something which is to be done. Yes, unit of work against time, quality of the product, different things we talk about in terms of how we measure productivity. Now, one more question to everyone. Do you feel whatever you're talking about, whatever you mentioned, or whatever I just mentioned as well, on the measurement of productivity, is it good? Is it the right way? Anyone? Value versus cost, that's something good. Yeah, okay. Anyone can comment on whether this productivity measurement is good or bad. No, value should be measured. Yes, that is there. Yep. What else? Yes, because we need to know utilization. That's a different topic. Utilization. Wow. Okay, then what else? Someone says no, someone says yes. Usually when we talk about productivity, keeping person as a center, it is not the right approach. There's another thought. Capacity planning, another thought. Wow, there are lots. Yes, I believe. Yeah, somebody says yes, I believe. Perfect. You have lots of views. Somebody says yes, somebody says no, somebody says we need to measure because there are some advantages over and above what we're talking about. Focus on flow of work. Wow, that's also something which is there. Productivity is important as everybody is interested in ROI. Wow, what's wrong with this word? What's wrong with this word? What word are you talking about? Productivity? Is productivity? Yeah. If it's productivity, everything is wrong about productivity, right? Meaning, when a person delivers, we say he or she is productive. When a person doesn't deliver, we say he or she is not productive. Agree to that statement in a way? That's that term. It is linked to performance appraisal. Something so weird in a way. I'm not saying it's totally weird, but the problem is all these factors make it so weird. That's where the problem. Quantity which can be delivered to quantum perspective. Wow, what's a nice definition. I remember that 3 Idiots definition of machine and that book, the moment I read that, so complex to put it across. What can a sponsor do with productivity? Yeah, that sponsor should answer, right? Not you and I. What is that? True. Let's get going. So we have been talking about what is productivity, need for productivity and stuff like that. So what are we going to do today? Productivity. Let me just move this chat somewhere. Give me a minute. Why is that moving? Yeah, it's moving finally. Good. What are we going to do? Explore productivity. Team versus individual. There are 3 levels of productivity. In fact, team, individual, and organization. Okay, I'm looking at the individual and the team, not more than that right now. Myths about productivity, output, outcome, productivity. We'll be talking about a bit of it. Challenges in measuring productivity, and of course, the topic of the day, the space. Space in IT. What's that all about? Is what we'll be talking about. So that's what it is. Don't take this as a gyan. It's a theory session. No. The key takeaway from this session is going to be an eye-opener. First thing, I want you guys to try it out in your respective teams. There are certain things which you can definitely do in your teams. Trust me, I have been doing this in my teams throughout my career, directly or indirectly in certain areas. And this has really, really benefited. Okay. So it is kind of that, in a way, from my perspective, a proven formula, what you can and how you can enhance that productivity. Entire team sales or things. That's also another good way to think about what is productivity. So that's the contour to which we are doing. Let's get going. Myths about productivity. Productivity is all about activity. Productivity is about individual performance. Can be measured with metrics. We have seen all these examples over here. Productivity is, of course, useful only for managers. Anybody, any disclaimers to these 4 statements? I've just given what I feel is the top 4 things. It is definitely not restricted to this 4, this exhaustive list, always. So we did talk about, somebody said appraisals. We were talking about something versus something. Those kind of things also happen. So all these things are related to productivity. So that's garbage in, garbage out. Computers, right? So we mean to say, at the moment we say productivity and we talk about this garbage, these are related terms, right? Somebody puts it across. That's also interesting topic. Fine. Productivity is equal to velocity. Wow, that's also another interesting one. Myth. Yep, that's very important. When we increase, you know what happens? This has been a common challenge. And when I was working with one of the transformation teams, they said how to increase productivity. So I had a wonderful opportunity and to work, and I justified it as well. So they said, if you want to increase productivity, meaning there was this which says, we will have to go ahead and do increase in velocity so that it becomes easy to measure that we are delivering more value. You know what happens? Scrum Masters automatically opened a Pandora's box. They said 3 becomes 5, 5 becomes 8, 8 becomes 13. Well, that's it. Good. Productivity is increased, right? According to the formula, when you say productivity is equal to velocity, this happens. So that's again a myth about productivity. Increase velocity, it always. Can we increase productivity to eternity? That curve, whatever we are talking about, that straight slope, hypotenuse slope from 0 to infinity, can it keep increasing? Anybody? Again, key in your chat. Let the chat keep flowing. Inflated estimates. Yes, somebody says no. What is that then? So at least that At that level, we agree that we cannot actually do it, meaning we cannot increase it to eternity. There is somewhere it will stop, meaning it will start plateauing, right? We can only strive for optimism and not maximization. That's obviously yes. In a way, yes. But don't you think we'll have to deliver at the same time? When I say deliver, I'm not talking about slogging for 20 hours, 40 hours, no, but meeting certain expectations, certain goals, certain aspects. So in a way, it's also maximization, right? We have to be optimistically looking how to maximize our productivity. In other words, if that's what you mean, yes, I agree with that statement. Now let's get going. That's about myths. Understanding motivation. You might be wondering why am I talking about motivation psychology. We'll get to that in a moment. There are 3 stages in motivation. We were talking about this. In a way, it is related to what we had, that intrinsic motivation. Sometime back when we were talking about another session, what Koti also said, what we were talking in terms of the transformation, other stuff. So biological motivation, extrinsic and intrinsic motivation, 3 levels of motivation. Biological, bijli sadak pani, we all knew that. You must have all seen this famous video about the motivation speaker, Ravi Talreja, who had mentioned 3 revolution stages. Industrial revolution, information resolution, now it's a social revolution. To that question, what one entrepreneur was asking, how do I stem attrition? That word rings all the bells. Whatever was possible, wherever, across the world. Can you stem attrition? Absolutely not. You have to live with that. But that's a common question. So what is that helps us? These 3 factors in a way linked to it. And in a way, they are also not in a way, they are also directly proportional to that term productivity. Sometime back, a century back, it was that Bijli Sarak Pani, which said, yeah, my manager is always right. So I'll do whatever it takes because I have to satisfy the basic necessity of my life. Then extrinsic motivation. I get a reward and a recognition, waterfall. Somebody does it good, yes. Developers, I shouldn't be using the term. Developers, I use them coders. Coders are given a target. Write code so that the testers will not find any bugs. Wonderful target. They start. Testers, fantastic. Find as many bugs as possible. So you get a reward or a penalty based on where you are and how you view things. So that's a reward and a penalty. Intrinsic is what you have to become something from our inner self. Passion, motto, chase excellence. Success follows. The famous statement. But are we intrinsically motivated? How do we get to that level? How can we motivate our teams to attain that level? Something. That's the thought. So psychology plays a very, very critical role in terms of managing this productivity. Balance between effectiveness, efficiency, and predictability. That balance. What is that balance? How are we going to strike the balance? That's the question, right? Very, 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 very important. Let's get going. Now we start about space. This is where the space came into picture. Remember, this is not something very new. We already had all these things. It's more on how it has been formulated. One, what is the research or what has happened behind the scenes? That's what I'll be talking about. The space is a framework. It has this 5 contours: satisfaction, performance, activity, communication, and efficiency. In a way related to our Agile manifesto as well. It's nothing new. That's why it's not nothing new. 1. 2, who was those guys? So this was not done as a exercise, as an exercise in Microsoft, in conjunction with Microsoft, GitHub, and I think University of Victoria, if I'm not wrong. These 3 people were involved and they proposed this framework called as space. Basically, what we are trying to say is productivity cannot be measured by one metric alone. Number of hours working, number of story points delivered, nothing of that sort. You cannot measure productivity just by one piece of metric. So don't look at one metric or maybe 2 or 3 metrics, which are like the very, very objective, subjective things to determine developer productivity. It is not that. It encompasses a host lot of other things, because a person who is a wonderful performer in one team would turn into a miserable performer in another. You have to understand the dynamics of it. So that productivity, what was very good, excellent, above expectations, dipped. Very classic example, service-based industry for no fault of yours. If somebody is getting penalized, it happens, right? You start dipping. Appraisal systems. The day that appraisal gets announced and you get your hikes, you're done. The team goes for that sulking mode. And that maybe 1 month, 3 months, they'll be swearing in some corner, I'll have to quit. I've done so many things, but none has been appreciated. That's what we're talking about. So it is not just one parameter we have to evaluate, we have to look at a lot of other factors. Now let's look at each of these things. What satisfaction, well-being, satisfaction, performance, activity, communication, efficiency, map to. Yes, understands how fulfilled, happy, and healthy is the person. We are not looking at anything else. If a person is satisfied, fulfilled, and happy, then the productivity will obviously increase. This is common sense, right? If you're happy in doing certain things, you will definitely excel. Anybody disagreeing to the statement? In the chat. Feel free to add your views in the chat. I'll be reading through it. I'm anyways having it open. So you have to have that good state of mind. What are those things? We spoke about net promoter score. OT did mention all these things, right? Promoters, passives, detractors. Net promoter score is not just for the customers alone. You can also do it for employees. So we can look at it. For your Scrum teams, if you're a Scrum Master, do it. You will get a feel on how it is, how the team is feeling. Absenteeism rate. How many of us face the situation? Unannounced absence. Yeah, we do have 10 days, 12 days, 15 days, 18 days. That is not a problem. But when there is a critical piece of work, people tend to go back and say, let this guy suffer. Let this manager suffer. I'm not going to deliver. That same person will come and he'll deliver it the next day. It's flogging 24 hours. But he gets that sense of satisfaction. Appa, I have not delivered today. My manager would have faced the tunes. Reality, whether the manager faced the tunes or not, let's not look at it. But ultimately, this is a pointer. How frequently people are taking days off unannounced or citing reasons which you feel it is a bit murky. So people taking days off is appreciations given. Now, the biggest problem of appreciation, especially in the older world, is individual appreciations. So I'm not saying it is bad, but the problem is when an individual is appreciated, lot many people, there are also sulkers. They feel this guy has got the help from me, so I'm not getting that. This guy has got that motivation, rewards and recognitions. That piece of it, that second point of it, extrinsic motivation, penalties, rewards, recognition, that piece of it. That is what in terms we're talking about as appreciations. Not wrong, but look at it from a team perspective. Reward, award the team, not that individual. Yes, you need to appreciate that superstar in the team who might or who would have run that external, that extra mile. But taking off is difficult outside India. I don't understand what you're talking about by taking off is difficult in India. Maybe you can type in more. That was in the chat. Above all, that psychological safety. That's the key. Lots of exercises are there available. You can look at it. Reach out to me if you want on how you can do, how can you build that psychological safety around in your squads, in your teams. It's very much possible. In a way, the top 3 or 4, whatever I've given, results or it encompasses, it is inside the psychological safety. The moment a person, an individual feels he or she is safe, it becomes all the more easy for him or her to excel in that job. Anybody against the statement, feel free to flow in the comments. I'm not taking questions right now. We do have, I want to give that space as well. The outcome of a process. We all know about output and outcome, right? That we've been debated. That is understood. Let's not talk about what is outcome, what is output. We are not worried. But some measuring parameters. Velocity is one, business values, one, all those things. Few things. Turnaround time, story points shipped. That story point shipped, please look at it. It's shipped, delivered to production, and you have that customer value. It's not delivered. Delivered is different from shipped. Understand that. Customer feedback, appreciation received. This is again not appreciation for the individual. I have done a super job. I have got an appreciation. It's again for the squad, the team who is working that. Yes, there is this explanation. If you mention you are sick, you need to share the doctor letter. But in India, it is an easy. But is that worthwhile to do it, giving us, are we in school to do all these things? Please bring a sick letter, leave letter, certificate of fitness and all those things. I think we are grown-ups, my view. Feel free to debate on in the chat. Anybody want to add their views on this? Please go ahead, shoot. So look at these as areas of improvement. This is very good from a team's perspective. Turnaround time, story point shaped, customer feedback. Are we getting it? So you can look at the P of garment law. It's difficult. No comments on that. I'm aware of it, but let's not talk about the garment law per se. That again, it's micromanagement is what I would say. Sorry, I jumped into the chat. A of space, actions. Now, if you look at it, the first was, yes, that is that well-being. Then we talk about outcome, and now we're talking about actions. The third is the action. Only then it's not the first, what we're not talking about as the first. Number of code lines reviewed, completed, reviews completed. Code reviews of a person, not a person, the reviewer we are talking about. That really helps. Code commits of a person. How good is the quality? Merge frequency. These are few things. These are actions, output, which we can easily measure. There are a lot of tools to measure all these things as well. So you can look at these as an option to evaluate how productive a team is. Measuring the waste removed, like by reducing cycle time, lead time. Yeah. Lean management. Yes. I've just given a few things here. Feel free to add whatever you want to, which you feel would make sense. Absolutely. C, communication, collaboration. We all know about this, right? We have to help people. Knowledge sharing, discoverability. Anybody add to what discoverability is all about? Can you talk about it? Grooming of new people. People join the team. How quickly you ensure that the person gels into the structure, the culture, the behavior aspects of the team, the squad. What do you mean by discoverability here, and what context have you put on? Anybody? Also measuring the cost of one user story point or sprint. I don't know how you would be measuring it, because the cost factor is totally different for a team or for a company. It could be the dollar rates could be one hour is like, say for example, $10. Somebody could say one story point is say $5. It could be any of these things. But in my view, cost of one story point, again, that results in that Pandora's box, increasing story point. So that may not really achieve those benefits. But yeah, feel free to try it out. Let me know if that really works. It has not worked for me, honestly. Discoverability is experiments, somebody says. Some contracts based on SP deliverables. Some contracts, that is another problem. Let's not talk about contracts here, because that is where it all stemmed up. Pandora's box got opened because there was this clause in the contract which says, I will increase velocity 10% of the team after 6 sprints. I don't know how on earth it is possible all of a sudden. Okay, so story points, learnings. So yeah, discoverability in a way, experiments. Now let me give you an example. Especially this works good in a product space. Areas where you need innovation. Innovation need not be from the product management. It can also come from the team. So when you talk about the team, what is the discoverability? So people who figure it out, who help in identifying, fixing, not only this, people who are able to fix a defect when they run through CR, when they're working on it. CR, I'm just using as a term, but a user story, in other words. So they figure out it's not their job. They don't keep it that side. So that's something also part of that discoverability. Okay. So you would have heard this famous story. A father had given a boat for service, and this mechanic actually returned the boat, and this father had not informed that there is a hole in the boat or the ship. The kids had taken the boat for shipping, swimming, whatnot. They've gone boating, in other words. And this father was shocked when he came back home, because he realized very late. But the mechanic had already fixed it. It's a story, but ultimately, if you look at it, this is what is practical things, right? You figure out something when you're doing, just fix it. What is that stopping? That helps in ensuring that the collaboration communication also works. You share it with others. E of space, minimal delays or interruptions. That's what is that E. Handoffs, flow through the system. Code reviews, we saw flow through the system as well in earlier discussions. Code review timings. Again, take that code review timings with a pinch of salt, because people might say, yeah, I'm doing it great. I'm doing 10 code reviews, but is it really effective? Effectiveness is what we will have to really look at. Okay. Handoffs. How do you think handoffs can really help? Anybody? I'll give you a very classic, simple example. Delay is the enemy of flow. Yes, true. Handoffs. Honestly, think for yourself, a food for thought. After resigning from after just submitting of papers, how many of you have run that extra mile to ensure that your squad or the team to which you're working is safe? We resign for so many reasons. That doesn't mean that the team to which I've been working should suffer after my exit. That's something also which we have to think. That's a food for thought for ourselves, not for anyone. But handoffs in another, that's one type of handoff I'm talking about. Pair programming, yes, that's for grooming, helping people to grow. So that is in terms of whatever we spoke, knowledge sharing, those stuffs. Yep. Reduce the size of handoffs from one role to another. Yeah, roles handoffs is very, very critical. But here we are not talking about typical role handoffs. I'll give you one more example in the space of the squads as well. When you talk about full stack development, full stack developers. So we are looking at it. Now, generally we have the coders and the testers in the team, the squads. So they keep handing off back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So that's waste. Can we empower, can we make these people grow in their respective roles so that it becomes easy? So that's another area which we can look at. Okay, waiting for approvals. Oh, sorry, I read as appraisal. I'm sorry. Yes, approvals, true. Commits per day that we already saw. Yes. So that's with respect to E. I take a pause here. Any questions you would like to type in questions, please feel free. I think I have another 5 more minutes with me, 5 or 7 more minutes with me. 9:05 is what Sharath was mentioning. I think I'm good. 8 minutes more. Oh, 8 minutes. Fantastic. You're giving me a minute more. Great. Thanks, Gaurav. I did not count that 7, incidentally. I counted from the 8th minute. How do you measure productivity of Scrum Master? More or less facilitations. If you want to take up, that's one. Okay, how good the team is. A coach success is team's success. Look at it from that perspective. If your team is successful, obviously the Scrum Master is equally successful, right? Put the team front. Automatically, Scrum Masters will start excelling. Scrum Masters are never front runners. When I say front runners, I'm not talking about lead from the front. Don't take it that way. It's always the team which comes front. That's what I meant. Hope I have answered that question. Yep. Feel free to ask more questions. So that is about that space part of it. So what we have seen till now, we saw what is productivity, how to measure the olden days. Then we spoke about this framework. This has been pioneered. Now some more history of the space. This was actually done during the COVID time. You know what prompted all these things? COVID. So COVID has been a big game changer for everyone. What, as Koti was putting across some time back, what was thought as waste, working from home, was never entertained, now is the norm. Something which is unknown previously has become a known today. This is Agile. This is what Agile talks about. Whatever is unknown will evolve as you progress in your journey. So that's what it is about. Can we increase productivity by aligning people to goals via OKRs? Yes, provided you know how to define OKRs and not use that metric alone to measure a person. Okay, so please keep that at the back of your mind. So it is not. So you need to include all these 5 areas or 5 contours to get into that or build that OKR around this space. That will be good. Do you mean success is one productivity? Success is one form of productivity, I would say. Don't take that is the thing in productivity. Okay, so don't look at it from that perspective. Well, before you wind off, what I do, what I am. So look at me, I'm LinkedIn. I have not shared the QR code. I'll put it in the chat as well, or in the group. I'll ask Sharath or anyone to put it in the major other group as well, where you guys are all there. I help in transforming organizations. I mentor fellow humans to achieve their goals. So feel free if you want to do mentoring things, you want to get mentored, please let me know. I'm more than happy. I conduct workshops for Scrum Masters and product management. I am typical in that product management space. Scrum Masters, yes, I do, but more on the product management. How do you do that kind of thing? So anybody who wants to excel, want to move into a product manager role, reach out to me. We can have that. Of course, coaching on agile mindset and culture, and of course, various industry experience over a span of 23, 25 years. So that's about me. So I think I still have 5 more minutes with me. Questions? That's it about it.
Yeah, anyone having any questions, you can raise your hand and we will allow you to speak. Anyone?
I'll stop sharing, by the by. Makes sense?
You can raise your hand and we will allow you to ask the questions.
No questions?
Yeah, there is one. Ankit is asking. Let me allow Ankit to.
For appraisal at the end of, we are looking at some burned budget. What do you mean by that? I didn't get the question clearly. Maybe
Ankit, you can ask now.
Yeah.
You are unmuted.
Yeah. Hello, sir. At the end, my point is when we are talking about the agility, so there are two ways: business agility versus process agility. So in the process agility, everything is going good, but when we are moving to the business agility, when where the present all the things are coming, okay, we are looking for the budget and all the things.
Yeah.
Okay, so at that time we are looking one concern also, if we received X amount of the budget for a particular budget for the particular project, how much we burned it.
Oh, okay, that we're talking about. Okay.
So on that basis also we are thinking for the appraisals also. So at that time, don't we think it need to be going to be distributed for each and every developers in a same factor, or it need to be different?
Okay, you're talking about typical appraisal, salary appraisal systems.
Yes, because it's also included in the agile project.
True. Everything is accounted. At the end of the day, budget is a budget. No second thoughts. See, the problem what we have right now is if you really want to excel, then this OKR should be dealing from your salary or the typical appraisal systems. Okay, so that is something which we have to achieve. We are not there at all. None of the companies are, at least 95% of the world companies are not there at all. Still, we say that recognition with that penalties is what it is. So you do something, you get a better salary. So
yeah, because see, my concern area, because means why I'm more focused about the service-based company and this present all the things, because I worked with the product-based company also. Even I worked for the outside India also. So
yeah.
What the differences I am getting here in the India, if you are working in the Europe, your appraisal having the two parts. First part, it's directly fixed by the government of your country, and the second part, it's the addition of your company. So at least you are getting a fixed amount. But in
exactly,
India,
I was about to add the same thing, Ankit. You brought the right thing. Where can't we look at a system example? Don't take it in a literal sense. Can't we take a general 3% hike or inflation-related hike across the board for everyone, and people who really do something additional, that run that extra mile to look at in terms of giving better, say, promotions, for example, or salary, even better salary, whatever you want to call it as.
Yeah.
So basically, if you look at it related to that Bijli Sadak Pani, that 3 motivation levels, when I will get unhappy, when I get unsatisfied, when I know that I have done certain things, but I'm not getting the hike. How many companies have not given the hike during COVID? They give all kinds of reasons, right? And the same company started crying when people started leaving. Why? That's the problem. The problem is relating appraisal systems to your productivity performance, which is not the right way. Agility will not be achieved by that.
That is true. That is true, sir. And I'm not having a different prospect on this one. But if you're working in India, where you can see the number of job versus the number of the job versus the person, it's a huge margin. Okay, so if you are going to leave the company because you have not received the good appraisal, okay. So the second person is already in the queue.
Yeah.
So how we can manage this area in the agile side, that company will also be happy, and the team members also will be happy.
Ensure that the psychological safety is met. That would be one way to look at it. We are overshot by 1 minute. Maybe Ankit, I'll take a couple of questions. We can connect.
Maybe we can take this offline.
I think
it's a detailed topic. I can help you out, but that's a couple of things. There is one question: is product management related to Agile coach role? Related? I don't know what you're talking about in terms of related, but product manager is part of any of the Agile delivery system. So having said that, in a way, yes, is what I would say from an agility perspective, but may not be related directly to an Agile coach per se. A product manager can be an Agile coach as well as a standby, if you are talking about that. Maybe you can explain in detail, ping me, more than happy to get it, because more details would help me to answer you effectively. What are the reports we have to check productivity apart from burn down, burn up, velocity? As I told you, when you talk about productivity, try to inculcate this space wherever it's possible. Try to measure it from that perspective. You will understand. I'm not saying that you will create a revolution by just doing it, but there are certain things which we have to start on the ground. So that would give you an insight for even the senior management and the leadership team that certain things are not good at the ground level. Are they not aware of it? Are they not willing to realize? That's not a question I'm trying to answer. But let's make an attempt. Let's not say it will not work for us. I'm more than happy to say I tried, but I failed. That gives an opportunity for us to learn. That fail, inspect, learn, adapt, fill up. I keep insisting. So don't look at it from those standard metrics of burn down, burn ups, velocity. These are things which everyone would be doing. Everyone does it, but not look at it. This is more, if you really want a person to excel in his or her role, I would categorize that psychological safety as the crux of it. If you're safe, you will excel in your role. I have 100 different examples. Time constraint. Connect with me offline.
Yeah, we are running short of time.
Yeah. One more question, Gaurav, or
no? I think we are done. Right? They can connect with you
okay, cool.
for any further discussion. You have already shared your LinkedIn profile. Like they can mail you. They can connect with you.
I'll share it across the chat as well.
It will be good. Like so. Before that, right? We wind up. So it was really a great session. Small token of appreciation. Right? Let me share my screen. Just give me a second. Are you able to see? Sharad, you want to say something? Sharad?
Yeah. Thanks, Ananda sir, for the great session on space in depth. This is a new version which I experienced as part of this summit. On this topic specifically, I never heard such an interesting conversation. Thanks for that. And the token of appreciation from our side. Really want to thank all the leaders and speakers and everyone who humbly accepted it with a single call and worked hard like anything for the past 3 weeks to give us this valuable outcome. Once again, thanks, sir.
Yep. Thanks, Sharad. Thanks, Satish, for all these things. I know sleepless nights would have spent, of course. But no, organizing such a big event is not an easy joke by any means. Thanks to all the volunteers as well. I've seen that message flowing across the chats. Sharad pinging everyone, Satish pinging everyone, pestering. You were sitting on my head for the deck as well. I don't get it. End of the day. I was ready, but end of the day, the follow-up I'm talking about persistence.
Thank you so much. As long as we have the wonderful audience who keep encouraging us doing these kind of sessions, we'll keep doing that. From SS Agile Gurus. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. Have a great day, evening, weekend. Yep.
Thanks.
Okay. Over to you, Sharath. We can have, we still have 5 minutes, right, to start the next session. You want to put some background music?
Let's take some quick way. We'll be playing some soothing music. We'll start by 9:15 sharp.
9:15, yeah. Okay.
Hi everyone, we'll be starting product coaching fireside session in a couple of minutes. As people are there on the other track too, where they are listening to another conversation. We'll be back in a few minutes. So we'll wait for a couple more minutes before we start off. Till then, keep listening to them. Any panelists join, Rajesh, Ganesh, so that we can add you to panelists group.
Sunil is there.
Yes, Sunil is there. I'm looking for the panelists. Hi, Sunil. Oh, I see.
Why its
Oh,
name
great.
is showing? Let me log out.
I believe you're using my link, so that's why everyone is Sunil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, there are 3 in 1.
I was just
I think you can just rename.
There were 3 or 4 Sunils all of a sudden.
So it's like that magic everywhere, Sunil, yeah?
Nara Narayana.
Ah.
Mythology.
There is one saying actually, Yattar Tattar Sarvattar, right?
True.
But of course, Narayana is in all of us. So of course, everyone is having answer of Narayana, right?
See, in fact, speaking, when you talk about all these stuffs, we starting or we have some time, Sharatha? I might be deviating.
We have some time. We have a couple of
then
minutes.
we'll talk about on the
We'll start around 9:20.
Yeah, sure. So whenever we talk about power, right? So when you talk about self-realization, God, everything, it's all within ourselves. All you need to do is just bring that. That's it. You don't need to search anything.
Very well said. And in product coaching, that power is known as product manager, so-called, right? But I always wonder, is that product manager is powerful or customer is more powerful?
Depends on where the role sits.
Yeah.
I can give you 100 different examples on where this side of the role is more powerful than the other side of the role. Vice versa, both I'm talking about.
Yes, because how I do see is customer is king in any of the era, right? Product owner or any of the person exists because of customer, right?
So you're right, but look at very successful product companies. You want a very good example, Apple. They are disruptors. So they own that. They say, I do this, you want to join us, otherwise just ignore, leave.
Very well. And there is secret sauce of Apple, right? Apple is having some secret sauce, right?
It's not source. I would even more attribute it to what they are doing. Maybe that flexibility or innovation, whatever you want to call it as. Maybe I'm not aware of what is internally they are doing. But there have been a lot of videos about Steve Jobs looking for perfection. And perfection is not that 100%. Even it has some flaws. But in what sense you're looking at that perception? I mean, perfection, sorry. That's very important.
Very well said. It's all about how we see value, right?
Yeah. What is the value? Yes.
There is a saying that value is in eyes of beholder, right?
Yeah.
That what we are looking at. Very well said, Ananta. Totally agree with you. And I believe we are on time now. We are going to be 9.
Yeah, Sunil, I think we can get started. Please go ahead.
Okay, so good morning, good afternoon, good awesome people, good evening, awesome people, depending upon which part of the world you are. I see people from different world places. And this is all about product. Yeah, product coaching. That is what we'll be talking. And whenever we say product coaching, and as Ananta was rightly saying Apple, right? If I say what is common between Apple, Amazon, Netflix, Google, because their culture are different, their people are different, the technology space are different, everything is different, but all of them are still very successful. Any guess why? What is behind that? Which is common thing? And that common thing, let me share that secret source. That common thing is coaching. You know, all these people, either it is Google, Amazon, Apple, Microsoft, all of their leader got coached by same person. And that person is none other than Cam Bell, who has been Silicon Valley great coach. And that is all about product coaching. Yeah. Product coaching is not just about one design, not about development, not about delivery. Product coaching is about mindset. That is what we look for. That is, we look into, is it valuable to customer? Is it useful? Can customer use it? And third one, can engineer build it? Do they have those technologies, right? And fourth one is it viable enough? Will the customer will pay enough so that we can keep on building? So that is about product coaching, which we'll be talking about today. And I have great leader with me today. Let me start with Haris. Yeah. I have Haris with me, who is having 20+ years of experience in diverse areas. 10 years in product management, product ownership, and he worked for multiple organizations, even in B2B space. And then I will take it to our awesome person, Balaji. Yeah. I believe a lot of you know Balaji already, right? Balaji has been a product leader over 20 years of experience leading agile transformation in organizations. And then we have Vijay. And Vijay is again an industry leader. Moreover, he is a vivid learner, helping the team toward a product-based mindset. And last but not the least, I'm your host facilitator, Sunil Gulia. Yeah, I'm a product coach. Yeah, come agile coach and professional Scrum trainer from scrum.org. And on that note, let me throw some fire on these people, right? Because it is fireside chat. And you may be thinking, Sunil, where is fire? So let me throw some fire for these people. And that fire will be, let me start with a very firing question. That in today's scenarios, when we talk about why organizations are moving to product-based mindset, and that is what I would like to hear from Vijay and Balaji, that what is their thought? What has happened that we were talking about project and now we are talking about product suddenly? Is there some magical stick we have? So Balaji, I would love to hear from you first that what you believe organizations are becoming product-based. Why? What has happened?
Okay, thanks, Sunil. The more what we see from the organizations, from the different customers, the lot of people are thinking about how do I earn the value, which are the budget we have spent sooner, right? So that's one of the things which they are trying to envisage. The second thing is like now being everybody moving to digital, it's all more towards customer facing. So customer centricity is now the main thing. Earlier also it was there, but as and when these digital products came, mobile products came, then more importance was given to the users, right? So that's one of the reason why it's all becoming product mindset. Yeah, Vijay.
Vijay, what you would like to add to this? Do you have some different thing, or is it really a magic things like Balaji said?
Yeah, I have my perspective or experience, right, working into this space. So what we observe, right, uniquely, even though, right, we have different transformation initiatives, right, across organizations, right, they try to bring the same thing, right? How do I bring my customer closer? How do I bring more value? How do I make it sooner, super, right, and happier? But with that quest, what is basically happening around is your entire organization is not structured in that way where you can basically get maximum benefits from a user perspective or a customer perspective. So product-based mindset, it talks about bringing all those people together from a product perspective and do frequent prototyping, product discovery continuously, not just one fancy day, product idea doesn't work, keep it aside and then focus on your work. No. So it needs, I'll give an example of cricket, right? Recently, we have different sort of right team composition, right? Consider it as a product team, right? You have 11 players, right? What if batsmen do not perform, right? Suddenly the other people feel the heat and you may lose the game, right? So within each team, we have specific roles, right? We don't have something called as all 11 all-rounders, right? And that's why if you see the success ratio of even the base team, it is not 100%. It is not 80%. It is somewhere between 50 to 60%. But what they achieve to become successful is a capability where they do not rely on each other. Rather, people step up, they do the activities as and when needed. Same thing happens, right, with our IT industry or organizations, right? People doing one set of job may not help, right? Even though you are doing transformation. For that, you need multifaceted skills. And how do you feel? How do you help each other for the one goal? That is nothing but to win here, right? In this team's case. And from product perspective, that is nothing but how do you bring your customers first? How do you add value upfront across the flow? That is all about product coaching. It's not only product management or not about teaching product leaders. It's bringing entire organization into that culture where people see the importance and then they experiment together. That's all about product coaching from.
Interesting to
Um,
both of you. If I simply ask Balaji, how would you define a product, right? We have the team, like Vijay gave an example of cricket team, right? Balaji, how in a simplest way you will say what a product is about?
So when I started this whole journey of product design or understanding product, everything, right? I came across this book called, what is that? The Design of Everyday Things by Don Norman, right? Um, and this is where when we got into the design thinking workshops and trying to understand the user, are actually the expert brought in this book called this book, and then they said that this book is about how you make products, right? So why we have to give to the people more importance, right? So we design products based on user needs, and the user needs have to be simple and easy, right? So anything whichever you develop as a product, right, it should be something which should be easily usable and easily adoptable by the people. And and what we see in the industry is like we term this called feature factory, and a lot of features are getting developed but not used by the end users many times, right? So this is something which we have to keep in mind when we design the product or we design the systems, right? So try to avoid feature factory.
So message is that, yeah, it is not only about one thing, it is about user design, it is about user, product is all about user, right? And we can't be feature factory. But if I see simply that if we are not to be feature factory, who need to be involved in product management, basically? If we talk about product, right? Who will be the people like business, engineers, or who need to be involved? Vijay, would you like to talk on that part?
Sure, Sunil. Short and sweet answer is pretty much everyone who is going to be part of your ecosystem. Ultimately, it can be your sales, marketing folks also. It can be your product management guys. It can be user experience, engineering, delivery, right? Portions also. But largely, if you see, the product management implementation part is owned by something we call it as a product team. It is again sort of an agile team, you can say, but the key difference is you have frequent ability to do something called as product discovery. Each iterations, you iteratively do product discovery, you validate your assumptions every now and then you just not validate, but you check with your customer business. Is it making sense? Are we moving in right direction? And then that's where the role of product manager is very critical, because this is the person who needs to have that exquisite understanding about these things, where product should be heading. And important aspect is product coaching, right? Many a times what we have seen, these product managers, they struggle to help their customers. They do not have much sort of ability, right, or prior experience, where they struggle to understand how to build great product, how to build good product, which can be easily, as mentioned by Balaji, right, it easily used by customer. That's the first paramount importance, right, we should take a look at. And then we should be obsessed with the customer, not with the solutions. We should be selling our dream, right? That's what product manager role is so crucial. And if you don't get that coaching, you would see what would happen, right? Like any other product, the product may go just somewhere, right? So we would lose a lot of money, investments, and yeah, these are the few things.
Thank you. So what I understand is that everyone who need to give the effort to bring the product to life, those need to be part. Engineer, for example, designer, for example, product people, for examples, and involve your customer early and often, right? That's what the message is, which is right. So now we know who is required, why we need to. Now let's talk on what we need to do and what is required to move toward product mindset or to be a product-based organization. Balaji, what do you think about that? That what we can do to move toward that mindset?
For organization, if they want to move to a product-based organization, I think there are multiple approaches. It all depends on the context of the organization, right? How do you organize people around value is bigger question in the industry, right? So if that is been cracked properly, then you are actually going to deliver a good products to the organization, right? Then second, why do we organize people around the value? It's because if you start looking at 5 years before, Jess Humble wrote this book called Accelerate. He put a very, what do you say, kind of a bomb in all the organization, saying that you guys are not fast enough, right? The Dora metrics, right? So then everybody started looking at what is this guy telling? How do my system performance? Who is using it? How soon I can restore my systems, etc., etc. Then the whole moment started happening that we are organized wrongly. A lot of silos are happening, and then what we deliver is not what was expected. And most of the things, if I remember, one of the Netherlands bank company bank actually was rated as 1 or 0, 1 star, right? Then this all like 7 years back, all this journey started. The organizing around value is very important, and you need to understand that how you are organized. There are a lot of techniques around using it, either using your value stream consortium techniques or team topologies techniques to understand the cognitive noise around how do you organize, and then will help you to deliver the systems faster, right? So now in the industry, what we see, many customers are asking like, are we a product organization? Is my operating model product oriented operating model? Correct? Then we tend to ask so many questions and then say that no, you are not there, you have to be like this and all those stuff, right? So the trend is everybody is moving to product oriented organization, and product oriented target operating model is what is actually the biggest trend in the industry which is happening. And it's good to have those moments now, because a lot of learning is there, and you tend to get more knowledge of how organization functions, rather than helping teams and a larger group of people to work in certain fashion. Now it's all paradigm is changing and shifting it, so that it's a good time for us to learn a lot of things.
Okay, so you are not one of the people who want team to run very fast. You are saying, hey, speed is not everything. Maybe you are running very fast, but maybe you are running in a circle, right?
Correct.
So you will not reach anywhere. So align with your value streams, what value you want to deliver to customer, what value you want to bring to team and organization, right? And that is what mindset we need. Yeah. If I look into that, that is pure product mindset, but how to achieve that? Moving to next, I would like to hear from Paris that looking on product management, where product coaching fit, where teams come into that. Yeah. Paris, you are on mute. So
Yeah. Sorry. Thanks for pulling me in. Yeah. So, I mean, everybody understand customer centricity and that product needs to be customer centric. Another aspect which Agile, I mean, is everybody talks about is about servant leadership. So I mean, the concept is that you empower the team, and the team will do whatever the customer needs. So that is another way of looking at the same thing. And as Vijay said, basically we all need to work as a team. It's not about one individual. Everybody needs to contribute. And when we are talking of customer needs, meeting the customer needs, I mean, it is not that the solution would come only from the salespeople, from the end user. The best solution may come from the development team also. So involving the development team in the whole process is very important. In my view, I mean, the development team should be involved from the very early stage when you are talking about what needs to be done. So I mean, the way it works, I mean, in my experience, I mean, I mean, as a product owner or as a product manager, when I go to the team, I don't tell them how what I mean what exactly is to be done and how it is to be done. I start with what is the issue. I mean, what is the issue or what is it that the customer needs? Okay, who is the customer? Okay, and this is what customer is asking. Now let me hear your point of view. So basically, it is about empowering the development team. I mean, that is one part, and obviously the development team needs to have the deep understanding of the product, about the market, about the persona. Once they have it, they are able to contribute significantly towards ideas, to provide best ideas about the how to develop, what is the best way to develop the requirement and meet the customer needs.
So it's all about basically bringing everyone together, right? And that's how we need to. So when we say about product owner, how they respond to design, UI, new things coming, right? So if I ask Balaji, how you will tackle that type of questions, right? Okay, product owner is there now, and there is now new design coming, new UI coming. So how you will handle those kind of situation as a product owner in product coaching perspective?
If a new design and the new, so what do you say, the sketches are coming from it, so I would like to look at what is the kind of behavior which your product is going to change, right? And the behavior of the people will differ from society to society, and that will be understood only by doing a user research or market research. Okay, so that you will understand that whether the product can be used, will be used properly or not. It's not that bringing UI is important, but there should be some rationale behind the UI, that this is the behavioral change which is going to come. So it's a lot of behavioral science oriented things also will come when you start looking at these kind of things, designing the products, right? And the society which is going to get impacted by using this product. So it all based on region to region, how the product differs, right? So that's what my thing.
So do you believe there will be some cultural things also coming, which what you feel? Basically, as Balaji mentioned, there can be number of elements like geographical may add this, some of the element, right? So do you believe that there will be some cultural things also coming when we talk about design, UI, in perspective of product ownership and product coaching?
I mean, it may come, but as mentioned by Balaji, right? If you do your user or market research wisely, if you do enough discovery, right, upfront, I think you can tackle this risk up to a certain extent. But yeah, few things which we might not comprehend right upfront, right, based on certain regions or cultural differences, right? For example, a very simple sign in the design, right, may be perceived as something different, right, across. So being a product manager, right, it needs lot of cognitive thinking, right? How my user will think about it, and he or she has put himself or herself in that shoes. Okay, this is the design. Now what I need to do, is it making sense? Will customers still be happy with it? How their reaction would be, right? Or they will be confused, right? What kind of one emotion, right, you will get out of that design? That is something product manager should try and find. And that's where uh, design thinking approach, right, we say, have your design in such a way that it creates more sort of win-win situation, right? Not to your developers, but also to your customers also, right? So those aspects will come in place, and certain aesthetics, look and feels, right, where that design makes sense within the model, or it complicates your overall architecture, right? How interactions are going to happen between, right? If I introduce this updated sketch or design, right? If I finalize, is it going to have impact on interactions? Is it going to increase my clicks to reach to do final activity? All that research, I think, should be coming in, and based on that, product manager would be able to tackle that situation and give a right advice to your developers, that what is making sense, what is not, and provide some thesis behind it.
Wow, you're really bringing very interesting point over here, which bring me operating model of product management, right? So how this will be connected, if I go back to Balaji on this quickly, and then I will come to Harish also, that how this operating model of product management is connected with each other, basically. Because we're talking about design, we are talking about cultural things, which for me look like more product operating models, right? And there is product owner, product management, say, how you will connect the dot between these two things, Balaji? And I would just don't want just an answer. If you can share some examples, that will be helpful for us.
Okay, so how do I say? See, you brought in this point of you brought in this point of value stream, right? Value stream is one contract for you to make teams to be a product organized, but there are other two things which you've seen in the industry from the other clients, which is based on customer journey, right? You can also look at customer journeys to create product teams, right? And there is another domain called business capability driven product teams. Okay, so these three are very famous in the industry. When you say value stream, we get often carried away with SAFe and that kind of thing, no? But this is another different value stream. Okay, so these three things are very, very important. These things revolve around two important personas in the organization. One is the business stakeholder, right? Maybe salesperson or a marketing person who is going to be there, who is going to bring money to the organization, business to the organization, revenue to the organization, right? And then these are all the stakeholder people, stakeholder management, right? So they are the people who actually very, very important for the product organization or the product operating model. The second is the product leader, right? So we see these new terms apart from the product owner getting created, or product manager, product leader, and then then the business stakeholders, etc. Okay, these roles existed earlier, but we were not talking to them often during your development life cycle or your product development happening. We don't even often talk to these people. Now, when the operating model call up product operating model, the organizations are constructing themselves into product lines, then product groups, and then the product teams, right? So these three roles actually sit in these certain areas of your operating model and then guide the team to deliver a good product. Sunil.
Wow, thank you. So you're creating a whole ecosystem over here by bringing product literacy, product operating group, as well as teams, right? And Haris, how do you think basically that what is the basically accountability of team in this product ecosystem?
Well, I think the team is also, one of the stakeholder in the success of the project. If the project is not successful, they may lose their jobs, right? So they are also one of the stakeholders in the success of the project. And as a stakeholder, they need to be empowered to, decide on how, in what direction we need to move. They need to be involved into everything. Okay, and then I would also bring in another aspect. Not all companies are product companies, right? You have another, a lot of people are working in IT services company, wherein the product management is somewhere else at the client side, and you have a product owner at the offshore. Right. So in that kind of scenario, there is a separation of role between product manager and product owner, and that to an extent, some people don't like that separation. That is also understandable, because you need to have one person who is answerable for everything. But when you have that kind of arrangement onshore, offshore, it's difficult to have a product manager sitting at offshore. So you need to have a product owner who is constantly interacting with the team. Okay. And the another thing is coaching the team to ask questions, bring them into everything. So with respect to cultural difference, I'll talk with respect to team, what is the cultural differences. So, in Indian context, for example, people normally expect everything to be told to them. Do this, do this, do this. They are normally quite comfortable. But, we need to bring them out of that comfort zone and make them responsible, make them accountable for the success. And that is, I think, one of the major things that a product owner can bring in.
So you are saying basically team, which are developer basically, right? You are saying everyone, designer, right? The people who do testing, the people who interact with customer, everyone are stakeholder over there to give a great valuable product to everyone, right? Now there is in today's scenario, I see a lot of agile coaches who are adding a lot of values to organization, right? And Vijay, how do you believe that these agile coaches who are there, can they be product coaches or they can work very closely with product coach? I will like to hear a couple of things over here, that what are the skill set which will be required to do that? First of all, let's start with, can they be working with these product coaches or they can be product coach themselves? First one. And second one, what will be the skills required for doing this?
Very good question, Sunil. So I just want to conclude earlier discussion, right? Why we are shifting to product-based organization. If you see the crux, it's all about, are you able to make right impact? Are you able to create right outcome at right time? If you observe many of your teams, many of your programs keep on generating value, you talk about that vicious circle, right? But what value or benefit it gives to customers, they even don't know, right? They simply deploy, deliver because they have been asked or their product manager or product owner says so, right? So that's the challenge many organizations are seeing. In order to break this silo, they are creating a uniform flow, right? Across, not within specific organizations within organization, but entire organization, right? Now, what do we need to become a product coach, or can an agile coach work with product coaches? Yes, if an organization has developed something called as product-based thinking or product operating model, they would really have some thought leaders sitting in who really know the organization well. They know the context of the organization, how it has evolved, and what are the major products or customers organization is serving and where they want to head. So these leaders may become product coaches initially within organization, and then with them we can pair our agile coaches, try to see, understand how holistically things are moving, and based on certain experience and also learnings, right? That's where we have a lot of exciting content available in the community, right? Lot of literature which makes real sense, right? To set you a foundation. I think everyone has that foundation, right? Needed that foundation to become a coach also. So we also need that foundation, right? So self-learning, working with thought leaders, right? Within your organization, sharing frequent dialogue, making impact with them, you can become a really good product coach. Okay. And can the next part was, right? Can agile coach directly become a product coach? Yes.
Sorry, can I bring Balaji over there? Because I don't want you to be that, hey, I am doing so. Yeah, like product owner. So I will bring Balaji over here. Hey, what do you feel, Balaji? What will be the skills which are required over here?
Sunil, we are running short of time also. We are just left with 8 more minutes, and we need to have questions from participants also.
Thank you, Gaurav. I will be bringing over there. And this is the last topic on this point over here before we go to questions. But I will be doing one firefighting question with group, yeah? Okay, Balaji, quickly, if you can bring what skills you believe.
I think from a product coaching perspective. Okay.
Yes, product coaching perspective, that how product coaching and agile coaches also, if they are to become the product coaches, what skill will be required?
Okay, so we'll take 2 steps back. If you want to become a product manager, domain is very important, whichever the domain you belong to, right? It could be supply chain, retail, oil and gas, manufacturing, banking, financial services. So you need to have domain knowledge to become a product manager. That's the first thing, right? The second thing is like for you to become a product manager, right? There are some 27 competencies are there, which is common across all the product managers, which you need to pick up. Okay, it's all starting from your market research to market fit and market product validation, product launch, etc., etc. There are 27 competencies which are there, very, very key for the product coaching, right? If you want to become product coaching, while the tools and techniques of how do you tell these competencies can be acquired for a product manager is a bigger skill, right? And I believe agile coaches, if they have a domain knowledge, then picking up these 26-7 competencies and make it easy for the people to understand how to use these techniques will be very, very important skill, Sunil.
Wow, thank you for that. And on that note, related with this, I have one firefighting question from one of our audience, which came earlier at registration time. And that to whom I need to shoot. I will shoot it to Harish. Yeah. This product development and agile maturity, we need team maturity also. We need people maturity, process maturity, right? And how do you believe, are we there basically that today we still look for SOWs, right? We still look for contractual things, right? And agile need the maturity. We say, hey, we prefer basically customer negotiations, right? Over contractual things. So how do you see, Harish, around you? Are we there still, or will it still take a long time?
Yeah, I don't think we are there. I mean, yes, some organizations are moving towards that. I mean, if I take the example of my company, I work for an IT services company. So some of our clients are quite mature. We work with them very closely. And most of those projects where we work in that collaborative mode, they are sort of T&M kind of models, wherein there is no contract negotiation kind of things. Okay, but we do have, I mean, certain fixed bid kind of project now. Fixed bid with Agile, I don't know. I mean, it is sort of, I mean, not exactly Agile, right? So when you talk of change request, negotiation, etc., it's not, we are not really there. So I think what is needed is, I mean, if you start working with a new client, you won't develop the trust in a day. Okay, so you need constant interaction, transparency, winning the trust of the client. Then only these things will go away, and the client would be comfortable having a long-term contract. And that's how, I mean, I think the project can move towards real agile.
Can I?
I would like to hear from Balaji for
okay.
adding. Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead,
So,
Balaji, please.
yeah. See, we have been working with Gartner companies. Okay, the whole contracting stuff has been relooked from when the organizations are moving to product-based organization, right? Irrespective of the service organization or a boutique organization, the sourcing methods are getting changed. Okay, earlier it used to be time and material, right? Then it went into a concept called squad-based pricing, and the squad-based pricing is nothing but a cap T&M kind of thing. Now people are talking into two terms. One is IT outcome, and then business outcome. Okay, so if you deliver, or if you deploy 10 squads and they're able to deliver certain IT outcomes, then your money is being paid. Okay, then the second, if you deliver business outcome, like for example, customer onboarding, quarter on quarter, I increase by 1,000 people or 2,000 people, then you will get paid in the revenue share model. Okay, that's one thing. But keeping all this in mind, it's very, very important for you to keep the teams busy. So there is a work which should happen above the team level in certain fashion, so that you actually spool the or divert the whole funding in through your business capabilities or epics or business features, rather than converting to the projects. Okay, so if you have to establish something called funding concepts, and that is the pivot for the product organization. Okay, funding, while Agile talks about persistent teams, but the persistent teams have to be kept busy so that they become autonomous. But this funding is very, very key, and people are struggling here. Okay, so your SOWs are going to get changed based on these 4 or 5 contractual models or sourcing models, which the Gartner is actually recommending all these big companies, right? So we will soon, what do you say, all this T&M, fixed bid, everything will disappear. Everybody is asking squad-based pricing, story point-based pricing, or business outcome-based. We are also struggling in our organization. So that's the way the SOWs are going to get changed now.
So what message I got is, yes, we are going over there. It may take some time and we'll be reaching over there, right? Now, all these are the challenges which we need to overcome as a people on the product side. The last things I will ask from Vijay before we go to customers and audience questions answers, that will be how Agile coach can practically help this product team to overcome these challenges.
Yeah. So when we talk about or say about product teams, right, there is definitely way of working, right, changing. And Agile coach, right, can really help in them to become aware about what is the vision and mission we are trying to achieve, helping them to realize their potentials, or guiding them in, if for example coach is playing a role of product coach also, right, helping them to understand how typical products work, what are the product principles in general. They should know how the product launching strategy works, and some real life examples become their mentor, right, for some time, initial days, from a product coaching perspective, and give more and more insights from an organization perspective, why we are shifting here, what we will achieve, and what is in it for you, right, at the end of day, how you would bring value, how you would be actually getting visible faces, right, in terms of delivering value versus the existing model. So visualizing all these things, educating them on the new ways of working, helping them in product areas, acting as mentor to give some real life examples, analogies, and that's how I think coaching goes hand in hand with this.
So basically, we need to be together basically on this journey, right? Otherwise, what will happen is today, if we look on the survey, yeah, 30% of companies are doing Agile, 30% of them are doing Scrum, maybe, and 40% maybe still doing the traditional way, right?
We need to find the source of that, Sunil. I don't know which source says that only 30% companies are completely following Agile and Scrum, right?
Yeah.
So any of these surveys which is being conducted is based on only the subset of people, right? Within the subset of people, we try to take some decisions. I think I forgot the name. There is one company, version 1.
Version 1, yes.
Version 1 used to produce every year report. I think
State of Agile report, basically.
the state of Agile report. I think that is the golden source that we should look at. So that is something. Okay. So is it from scrum.org? I don't know.
No, it is from version 1, State of Agile
No.
report.
What
Yeah.
Kapil is saying, it is from scrum.org. I don't.
Maybe let's cover your point and then maybe we'll come back to that, Balaji, if that is fine.
Yeah, go ahead. Our Prakash had asked one good question. My good friend. In recent days, most of the product company laying off all Agile or product coaches. Why so? We have debated. Maybe you should take the short turn.
Yeah, so let's see who will be taking on that fire. Okay, so maybe, yeah, go ahead, Vijay, go ahead, please.
Is it about the same product-based mindset, why companies are shifting?
No, it is about that nowadays, a lot of companies are laying off Agile coaches, right? Or product coaches. And why that is so? Specifically, if we see in the recent past, we've seen a lot of such news, right? So what you feel so that, hey, what's happening on that front?
Right. So if you see the sample, right, many of the companies who laid off those people, what they said that they became mature, right, in those areas. They don't need coaching now. So that is what they are saying externally, right? But there might be some internal factors, right, which might be driving them to make this change, might be restructuring, might be they are thinking to go to product operating model now. And that's why they feel that we can bring product leaders now. We don't need coaching in terms of agile aspects, but overall product area, or altogether, right, just to safeguard them from recession, right? Or some people are opportunists, right? So it is hard to find the root cause, but as a coach, what we can do, right? We can create our own canvas, start talking with your leaders frequently, what kind of impact you are creating, whether it is making sense, right? Or you are just conducting boot camps, you are just talking about values and principles. And are you not in the process of optimizing things, right? Are you not able to make change happening, right? So coach's job is not just to educate or train, but rather be with the team, be with the entire set, right, whoever you are working with, and create that sort of win-win situation, right? So what we have observed, I had got an opportunity to talk with some of those coaches, and then they said that, yeah, we, due to pandemic, we could not connect with many people. It was hard to connect with people one-on-one, and then it was hard to convey what I'm trying to say, right? So there are multiple patterns, situations we need to observe, right? And there is no one specific reason, right? What they say on top that, and this also sets an alarm, right? No skill is permanent. We have to keep learning new skills, acquire new skills every day. No role is safe, right? In today's world, product coaching is also not safe, though it is looking lucrative. Who knows tomorrow what happens, right? So keeping an eye of continuous learning and pivoting roles, right, especially in strategic areas, is key nowadays because of so-called VUCA world, right? So this is my learning from it and observations.
Harish, would you like to add? Go ahead,
thing,
Balaji.
my thing, I think the people are getting laid off. Maybe that segment of the product team is not doing well, right? So maybe there could be some user research problem or behavioral has changed. So that
in some cases, Balaji, it was 100% layoff, right? So it is beyond, right?
Maybe I can jump in over here, right? Let me share a couple of things. Like sometimes, have you seen that sometimes it happens that some of the agile coaches we see, they are just agile coaches. They've never been product manager, right? Or they've never been product owner. And do we really believe that if we have not been product manager anytime, we never worked with product team specifically, can we be really those product coaches and agile coaches? Because just being that, right, if we think it is just training people, teaching people, I'm not sure if that is enough in today's scenario, right? As a agile coach, as a product coach, I need to understand, hey, customer point of view, business point of view, team point of view. And when I know about these things, I need to do my hands dirty, right? So maybe one of the codes happen is those agile coaches, are they going beyond those set boundary of teaching, facilitations, mentoring, coaching? Yeah, maybe that can be one of the point. Let's hear from Harish also what he would like to say on this.
Yeah, I think one of the point I have in mind is that how can an agile coach or product coach show value to the management? I mean, for management, I mean, sometimes it looks as a overhead. Right. I mean, developer is giving value. Tester is doing something. Every role has very defined set of output. Now, how is it that a product coach or an agile coach shows the value that he or she is bringing on the table? So that is something which I mean, a coach needs to look into. What are the metrics that can be shown in order to show that yes, they are contributing? Is it with respect to motivating the team? Is it with respect to reducing the customer defects? Is it with respect to bringing in more coherence within the team, bringing in more I mean, whatever different agile practices are, whether I mean they are truly followed, not followed. I mean, some sort of matrices, qualitative or quantitative, needs to come up in order to show their value.
Make complete sense to me, and let's take a couple of more questions from audience. Yeah, it is
Sunil, I think we are done,
Sunil,
right?
yeah.
We are running
Yes,
short of
yes.
time.
Yeah.
Right.
There
So
is
it's
Ankit raised his hand. So Ankit, if your question is not
okay.
answered,
Ankit is getting opportunity to ask all the speakers, right? In the previous section also
Yes.
he asked. Ankit, go ahead, right? You can ask. Let me unmute Ankit. Yeah.
Yes, I did it.
Okay, Ankit, you can ask now.
Thank you all, and I'm literally thank you to Sunil, Balaji, and Vijay and Harish. So I have a two queries, and the first one is with the Vijay. Like he shared the example of the cricket team. So nowadays, what we have seen in the cricket team also, like, if you are not performing, or if you have a clashes with your trainer, or if you have a clashes with the, board head, you are got fired. And this is the same situation we are looking in the companies also. So how you are going to justify, because if I'm not wrong, the Kotisar also mentioned one point, like, one person is performing well in the one stream, and once it's over in the second stream, it's not a performance, it's on the lower side. So how you are going to justify that one? It's question to Vijay sir.
Yeah, very good question. So with the same analogy, right, you can build a product or win a match with few players on few occasions, not always, right? So for example, you have one great player who performs well, but if your team is not winning, right, then there is some problem, right? Do you think, is it problem or not, right?
No, that means you are putting a burden only only on the one player.
No, so it's like somehow as a team, right, you are not developing a trait where everyone is not able to perform. Why we are not able to develop that trait, right? That is something, in this case, right, say coach might be getting that question asked frequently, right? And they might do typical root cause analysis, right? That happens with every situation, and they would really know what is the cause, right? And all those causes will not be disclosed because it may impact the moral of the team, it may impact other players, and it may create source of I think a kind of insafety, right? Psychological danger situation, right? So for that purpose, few decisions are taken in the background and they make sense, right? So I have not seen any player who is performing phenomenally well and have been consistently moved out in any sports, right? It is all about waiting for an opportunity because your team is performing well at that point of time. Maybe that composition is able to solve the problem for you, right? So even if you are a best or not, it doesn't matter. What it matters, team spirit, right? As a team, how you are able to navigate. So if you have two great players versus 11 all like average players performing, that team wins more, right? So that is what product management also, right, looks into. You don't heavily depend on only one or two players, right? That's how you want to create that uniform flow, right, from start till end, involving everyone and having that shared understanding, right? So having great player is very good, but great players can win you some matches, but great team can win you many matches.
Correct. And I agreed with you, but for that we needed time. We needed time to prove wrong. Like, I'm just a coach. I can coach to the team, but team need to perform. But the management is not giving us such type of the time. And nowadays, what we have seen in the past, in the 2 or 3 months, they are not giving it time, and they are just going for the firing option.
Yeah, nowadays it's very unfortunate situation, right? Beyond the control of management, right? Inflation, especially in Europe and US, is all-time high, like century high, right? So there are geopolitical and market conditions, right, driving organizations. They want to be safe, they want to safeguard themselves for longer period of time, right, so they can survive and sustain. And with that, what may happen, right, any role, not coach, any role may get impacted. You see Google example recently, 3 days before, the person got the best employer award and next day he got fired. Can you tell why it happened? We cannot, right? Some things we cannot predict, right? So that's completely out of our context, right? How your leadership thinks, what they think behind it, right? Few things we cannot judge or we should not be in a position to.
Okay. And the second question which I have, and I'm not sure, like, Harish sir is belong to a service-based company or not, but I heard he is belong to service-based company. So thanks for that one. So Harish sir, I need your support for the second query, which I'm going to raise. Nowadays, what we have seen in the service-based industry, performance goal towards the organization, they are absorbing the small companies, either it's a product based company or either it's a service based company. Okay, so once they have observed, still they have the differences, like, this is the part of my company and this is the part of your company. So at the end, like, when we are working on the project, so if we hired one small scale company inside of the big bull, and that is not performed well, so we are putting a blame towards that person or that the part of this small one. So how to handle this situation?
So you're talking of, sorry.
Ankit, sorry, Sharath here. Sorry to interrupt. I think your question is mostly going towards performance oriented and not from the product perspective.
It's a product perspective.
Ankit,
Sharath, may I take that question? I can answer, Ankit.
Okay, please
Ankit,
take that. After
Ananta.
that, we'll give to another participant.
Yeah, sure.
thanks,
Ankit, your question, as Sharath said, it's more towards performance. There are two concepts here which everybody should understand, again, for the wider benefit of the participants. Area of control, area beyond control, which I keep reiterating every time. Now, whatever you speak about is area beyond control. Can you do something about it in your capacity?
As a agile coach, I can save, but at the end,
something from doing, right? Different from doing. Do you agree to that statement?
Yes.
Yes. So if unless until a person really thinks to whatever you said previously, that leadership not willing, giving your time, I have to quote this example.
Okay.
A woman needs 9 months to deliver a baby. Less than that, you know what is a problem domain, right? So there has to be that. So in certain cases, in other words, if Agile has to be really successful, the leadership has to blink first. That's bottom line is very, very clear. Now, having said that, you can make a difference at your level as well. The biggest problem, what I see in the transmission space.
Agreed.
Hold on, Ankit, let me complete. What I see in the transmission space is we look and we focus on areas which are beyond our control, not in our labs. We are not focusing on areas on what we can actually make a difference, bring about a difference.
Agreed, sir. Agreed, sir.
That's where we will have to concentrate on. I think that's
Ankit,
stage or the key takeaway, right?
Completely agreed, sir. But as the Vijay sir told, okay, some things which we can't control because that is in the different mindset or the different prospect. So how the agile coach will going to pretend like a safeguard for the team side?
Fine. There are multiple answers to it. There's nothing like a right or wrong answer from a coach perspective. Now, leadership is not giving you space to try. So there are areas where you can actually try. For example, no leader will be against doing ceremonies. You know what they will say, do your ceremonies, but also deliver. I don't mind you doing all the ceremonies, but you can.
Anant, I think this could be one of the questions during the lean coffee sessions.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, so I think we should park this question to the lean coffee session.
Yep,
so that a lot of things will
true.
Could be what do you say, covered as
accepted.
Ankit, just to wrap up the question, right? So this totally got diverted from the product coaching. So I mean, of course,
but the good perspective,
result,
right? Good perspective. Thank you for bringing it, right? And I believe, as we say, let's move on to the next one also, right? Because let's not get hung on one thing, but just to sum it up, let's Satish hear from Satish to sum it up, right?
Sure.
We are already beyond 20 minutes. We still.
I think there are two questions.
20 minutes on Friday evening.
And
I know. Kaushik,
Kiran Boini is going to ask.
Kaushik, yes, you can speak.
Yeah, I think I'm audible. My question is, since you're talking about agile coach, product management, all in the phase of where we're talking about low code, we're having technologies like Salesforce service now. How relevant is product owners or product management will be in future? Because these are all click and drop and like all these kind of things. How relevant they are for future?
If I take it shortly, it will be relevant till the time developers don't get the hat of users or customer. So it will never die. Short and sweet answer.
And just to add on, yeah, it might be click and drop or drag and drop, but the developer or team should know what to click and drop or when to do where. It's not just because I have 100 things which I can drag and drop into the page or into the application. It won't help the developer or the team members to get the idea when to do what. That's where the product manager still plays a key role.
Okay, so okay, so I'm understanding that there are high hopes for this role still, though there is a severe layoff, but still we can expect that jobs will be there in future also, though the technologies are upgrading. Thank you.
Can I jump in over here quickly? Very short one. I can tell you one thing. Like maybe, even in sports team, coaches get fired, right? But trust me, today also, if you search one query anywhere, the highest demand is for the right coaches, basically. And I can tell you one thing, till the time product will exist, product coaches will exist. That is what I can say. Yes, the different thing happened. In past, we never did waterfall or traditional way of working well. And we said this doesn't work for us. Now we are not doing agile well, and people will say it doesn't work for us. But I can tell you, till the time product will remain, product coaches or agile coaches, of course, they need to come out of their comfort zone, right? They will exist. And if you look today trends, it's going up and up. You're looking on only on the news which are getting laid off. How many of us know hiring, right? How many hiring are happening? How many of the people who got laid off are really out of the work today? Yeah, think in that perspective.
Exactly. In fact, in our company, I mean, I have not seen any laying off. We have 100 plus vacancies for which we are looking for people. So it's not always like that. And one more thing I'd like to add is, yes, we need to relearn the things as agile coach, learn new skills. I mean, to remain relevant.
Kaushik, coming back to you, did you go to your answer or do you have some follow-up question on this?
No, I'm done. I've got my answer. But just to give an analogy, what Vijay was taking about cricket, whenever we hear the cricket or the final or whatever the trophy session, always the coaches or captains will say, we did not do anything new. We let the player play the natural game. So we never understand what these players are doing.
That's the best thing, right? You don't take credit.
Yeah, that's the role of any coach or any leader. I mean, making himself or herself redundant, and let the team take all the credit.
Right.
Exactly. Okay. Thanks for wonderful panel and wonderful participation, the discussion. Definitely we lit some fire over a Friday night to get some thought process going on. Okay, let me quickly share my screen. And thanks for all the panelists. We would like to share a small token of appreciation from our side as a digital certificate. We will be sharing it over to your emails. And thanks for all the active participation from the participants and bringing up different thoughtful questions and getting it done. With this, we are coming towards end of day one. And tomorrow, just to share quickly, tomorrow again we will start at 5 o'clock until 10 o'clock. And tomorrow we have double the fire. Agile coaching plus the transformation. So 2 fireside charts, 8:30 to 10, back to back. So, but the typical, the common session starts at 5 o'clock. So keep watching the WhatsApp for the links. We already shared in the PDF. If in case you don't have the links handy, we will share it across again tomorrow before the start of the session. Okay, so that brings us to end of day 1. And feel free to pass on the feedback. The feedback link is already shared. It is totally anonymous. We are not capturing any of the user details for the feedback. Keep sharing the feedback, which will help us improve, bring effective sessions, effective topics or speakers going ahead. Thanks, everyone. Good night. Have a nice weekend. Let's get energized for tomorrow's session.
Thanks.
Thank
Good
you.
night.
Thank
Thank you, awesome people. Have a great time ahead.
Thanks, everyone.
Good night.